Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everybody. Today we are holding session 303. Today's session is sponsored by our patrons. Thank you very much, patrons, for your generous pledges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. Speaking of dynamic lighting, there's a whole bunch of new stuff that's coming up real soon with dynamic lighting, including colors for infravision, which will further help to differentiate whether you're seeing with light or with infravision. So that's pretty exciting. Players at this time, if you have not already done so, go ahead and click on your main character's token, hold the shift key and double click on your token to open up your character sheet directly from your token, and add 303 points for showing up on time. Thank you very much for showing up on time. Brian Druid, you gain an extra 100 points for correcting me. I thought that this was session 302, so I messed that up, and we restarted the stream. So this is our second stream today. All right. When last we left off, we were still at the Tower of Travelers, and the party had identified the majority of items from there. So you arrived and fought off the denizens of the tower for something. It was something like half an hour, and explored the tower, and then sort of gathered up all the treasure, piled it up, and began to identify it. Excuse me. And then you guys slept. So time now is 4 p.m. February the 3rd, so it's the following day. And 24 hours have passed since the battle on the previous day. And lo and behold, see, it was Varen, Lazarus, and Raymond that were... Pretty sure it's Varen, Lazarus, and Raymond, right? They got banished?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, banished, but I think they're back now.
Okay.
Magically appear.
Okay, so... just outside the tower, on the south side.
Teleport them in on the pile of pee.
Just on top of the tower, that is.
No, pile of pee. I guess pile is the wrong word.
Puddle.
I was gonna say, if you
Puddle.
got a pilot, there's problem.
There
I mean,
arrive
have
Varen,
you seen...
Lazarus, and Raymond.
Did you see the amount of pee that guy peed?
He had a lot of pee.
That might be a pile.
And Varen, this time go ahead and roll size or base size initiative for Varen, and I'll go ahead and remove.
Well, I was the boss for a little while. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh well. About to fall back in line now.
Hey Josh, when
A
I
hand for Dane! Yay!
divide coins for the treasure, I know to include on, but do I need to include Initar in this as well?
Yes, now you do, yeah.
Do we include Anbu now yet, or no? Since he hasn't seen us actually trade.
Anbu's
Yes.
share comes out of yours.
I know, but
Wow.
You
I'm
don't want
already,
to cheat on Boo.
Yeah, but you do have to usually remember that when you
no,
take.
but he comes from a culture that doesn't use money
No
like we
loopholes,
do.
man.
Yeah, that's
Nope.
the thing. They're primitive, not stupid. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Actually,
pretty
he
sure
is
Oddboo
very
quickly
stupid.
Yeah, but
Well, okay,
stupid can be greedy
Oddboo
too.
might be stupid, but But I imagine he has a set of working eyes and knows how the rest of us look at that money. So he must think, gold must be valuable here.
It
Yeah,
doesn't matter how stupid he is. There is not so stupid that they don't want money. It's
Here's the hint.
money.
If
It's
Brahma
important.
understands the
Hey.
value of money, so does Anbu.
It's important as a manager that you make him feel valued.
yeah. I mean, I don't have much use for money, so I was gonna give him some gold anyway. But the question is if he'd like just stand there and stare at it, or hurry, go on.
You guys go on. And discuss it. I'm lagging really hard all of a sudden. Hello?
Someone should learn Liam. What is it? Liamin's Hidden Lodge, 5th level spell.
Oh yeah, one of my
Instead of that-
characters do that spell. I made a
instead of that-
custom map for the inside and everything.
Instead of that tower that attracts all the attention in the world, we can just have an invisible house.
Oh, we once had that. Yeah.
I mean, I can't learn it, so someone else has to.
Okay.
Kalmark, you're probably just. You also have enough clout with Adolf to, maybe Steve hit him up for the spell if he has it.
Calamar has the money to purchase it if we need it.
Asher
He's
says,
never spent his
"Man,
money ever. Never spent his money ever. So we'll always spend it on spells.
Asher says, since we didn't get attacked last night for once, I used my guard shift to divide out our coins appropriately, and here's everyone's share."
Wow. Okay. Thanks, Asher. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
so can someone just tell me the rules for dividing it for a follower?
They get the same. They get half of what you get, unless you have 2 followers, and they get a third each. So essentially, you pay them. They get as much as you get.
You don't
fundamentally
you don't have any followers. You have henchmen, and
That's right, henchmen.
they expect the same amount of money that you earn.
Sorry.
So you divide your money
It goes
only
50-50.
equally among you and all of your henchmen.
Okay.
And
I haven't had one before, so I just wanted the clarification.
yeah, they expect that same share in magic items.
I didn't get any.
Well, you probably
There's some that
will.
haven't divided. But
There are a lot that are still there, and most of the other people in the party have a lot of magic items, to say the least.
Yeah, you're not rolling wizard items though, man.
They're pretty rare.
They will come. It's gone this long before Gromnar got a suit of armor. Don't feel bad.
Most of the time, wizard items are scrolls, anyways.
And without hyperbole, Varen didn't get his first magic sword in this campaign until he was level 8.
I am level 8.
That's not true. You had a wizard slayer sword from level 2. Someone just gave it to you.
Wizard Slayers. I never had a Wizard Slayer sword, not this character.
Varen did, yep. It was level 2. Someone gave it to you.
Wizard Slayer sword. Now we
Yeah.
have a problem.
Plus, it was +1, +3 versus spellcasting characters.
Yeah, let's break that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I never recorded it. It was never on my sheet.
That's because it
I
wasn't.
think someone-
It was not identified. You purposefully didn't identify it.
Oh yeah,
So that
I
you
still
could get
have
your
that.
flame blade. Yep, you still have it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did have that sword. Because I never actually. You said it looked nice. So I thought, oh, okay, I'll use this in place. That's right. I basically gave just so I could get the flame blade sword.
Yep.
Because, let's be honest, the flame tongue sword is basically my badge of office. Even though, like my new sword is significant, is way better.
But yeah, you could have had Alluvio's sword, but you had the flame sword by then, I think. And so, yeah, I remember it being something like that for that sword.
Where is Ceres? Is he in the tower?
So no, I'm dumb. I
I'm
was
lagging.
basically
I don't know.
Oh yeah, nope.
Okay.
Okay, in case I was being dumb, I was intentionally sabotaging myself for a promise of a larger reward later. Although had we gotten like a +3 sword during that time, I probably would have just been, fuck it. Bye, Flame Tug. Although I do find it disappointing, on the other hand, that you need to get to that high level and not have a magic sword to get the Flame Tongue. I'm just like, why can't I just have it anyway? Oh well. But, that's an adventure in life. Although I do find some itchy predicament where actually most of us don't need my shields as good as it. And I don't think I got benefit from range of protection with the shield. It's alright, Josh, I think rings of protection don't stack with armor or weapons.
Nope.
Or armor or shield.
Nope.
They only stack with cloaks of protection. And
Why, someone have an extra ring of protection?
Would love.
rings of protection are actually kind of rare when you just roll for treasure.
I know. I didn't know if he was saying someone had one, or was he asking if he could get it?
Usually,
No, I'm just...
usually get those from defeating NPC parties.
Which we should fight one of those.
Well, I was saying coming across like an NPC adventuring party is actually fairly rare.
What's your...
Not to mention, we're a good aligned group, mostly. So we only be very likely to fight evil aligned adventuring parties. And those are... Well, last time I checked the tables, were about as common as good aligned and neutral aligned NPC parties.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, it's basically... First off, you have to hit the lottery. Then you gotta hit the lottery again. Survive the duel to the death with all the other lottery winners. Then walk away with the loot. In other words, it's small chance, top of a small chance, top of a small chance. I mean, sure, we could just come across like a good adventuring party and murder them anyway for their stuff. But for starters, we
totally
like
not
that.
something that
We would
Ceres
do. Yeah, our characters would not do.
Calamar, no. Calamar would walk away.
Yeah, good parties are basically a potential to recruit.
Not good.
Well, good and neutral. Normally. Unless you're playing an evil party, then evil and neutral.
I'd say chaotic neutral might do something stupid like that.
Yeah.
Chaotic neutral is
AK,
the loony bean guy.
The type of wizard I usually play, but I was being nice since it was my first Roll20 game and not being the type of wizard I usually play.
I have a question.
Neutral is pretty much do whatever you want. I don't care.
Often it depends on the player. Like chaotic neutral is very interesting alignment.
Yeah.
That it could be though. It typically means those unfettered by laws or honor, and move according to their whims. Problem is,
Exactly.
like problem is nobody knows what a really good chaotic neutral looks like.
Yep.
What do you mean?
So a lot of times it's just
Friends in
players
fireball
who-
range? Yep, no
a lot
problem.
of times just get like players who just act like jerks.
Chaotic neutral character is a character that doesn't give a shit about what other people think, especially about their behavior. They don't care about the consequences of their behavior, like legally, and they're just as likely to do evil as they are to do good.
AKA, crazy wizard.
Insane
Wizards-
wizard. Yeah,
An
it's like
insane wizard.
Looney Bin Wizard.
think
Hey.
the Joker. The Joker is
Hey.
basically chaotic neutral.
No,
yeah.
the Joker's chaotic evil.
Nope,
But-
he'll do good things sometimes.
That is true.
I have a question. For fly, it says that it makes you fly with class of maneuverability B. Is that like Jezzy, or is that like Brian Druid?
Actually, I'd say the
Maneuverability
best
class
example-
B is a hummingbird. A hummingbird is class B. You can hover.
Okay.
You can
Is there
fly
an A?
straight up and down. Yeah. The difference.
curious,
The
what is
difference
A?
between A and
And-
B is you can be upside down and fly straight up, or you can be in a laying down, like recline position and fly straight up and down, as class A. Your
Give me an
attitude.
example of something that's class A.
Beholder.
Okay.
They can face any direction while moving in any direction.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so like hovering, a lot of the hovering enemies would be A then, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
Either
Ah,
A or B.
yes. Yes, the
Either
spell
A or
on a
B.
dragon, and we have Ethol dragons.
What's the best dragon maneuverability?
Probably C.
Yeah, I think they're at
Yeah.
least C from the time they're born.
Ash just says, "Oh yeah, I still had coins from those barbarians earlier too. Here's some more," and she throws some more coins at you guys.
Oh, the
my
barbarians that we
God.
were gonna let go, and they're like, "We want to rape your women," and and then you just genocided them. I had
Well, they
already
were
genocided
evil.
them, to be fair.
Asher had feelings.
They were evil. They had to be destroyed. We couldn't let them go. Then they do it to other people.
I just say the word evil, where it's like, all right, draw a sword. Let's do this.
Okay, I'm finally not lagging. I had to delete all my cookies. I must have gotten bombarded with cookies, just all at the same time.
You should have brought some milk.
That sounds so much better than it is.
Yeah, I'm like, how do I get surrounded by cookies? Oh my god.
I have a question that's probably not a good idea for me to ask.
What's that? Does it give away
Um,
information? If it gives away information, it might not be a good way to start.
No,
a session.
it's do we count gold weight?
Yeah. Every 50 and you count gems too.
I know.
Every 50 coins and gems is 1 pound. 50.
Oops.
This is why Calamar has to carry all of his money on his mount.
So that's why you've got mounts and all that.
He's got a 6 strength.
My
Okay.
other mount died.
So Cirrus is inside.
Found some more. We only ate one.
You ate one?
We did. It was a lizard.
It really is fun, yeah. We tried to backstab it and failed real bad.
I did, but the backstab was worth like 8 or something.
It was real bad.
I'm sorry,
It was,
but
it was a classic backstab, successful failure.
You just scratched him.
Yeah.
so I can get a. I can.
I
I
remember
did-
now.
Yep, that,
So can everyone roll size-based initiative for your main character, if you can see your main character?
Can I ask
sure.
one more
If I
question?
could see my main character,
One more quick question.
Go ahead.
How do we divide coins when we get 1 silver?
Give your henchman 5 copper.
The 1 silver is just dropped. It's unless someone is gonna change the silver into copper. I mean, if you really want to do that, you just leave it.
Calamar always gives the gold. If there's 1 extra, he always gives it to his followers. One of his followers. He never takes them
just for the
himself.
sake of. I have to, just for the sake of not losing it entirely.
Oof. Oof.
Just give like your follower like 5 copper and you're set.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know.
Still waiting on Varen.
Well, here's the thing. You said if we could see our main characters. I cannot. Mine is on the roof. As you said from the plane shift. And I'm currently looking at the inside of the tower.
Okay.
Roll it for honor us. They all look the same.
There we go.
Okay, so you don't want to be healed in the future. Got it. Alright.
That was out of character.
I mean, you're already on the Do Not Resurrect list, but the Do Not...
Why am I on the Do Not Resurrect list?
This log of the list never forgets.
No,
Hey, you're
really.
the first entry on the Do Not Heal list. Congrats.
Hey, that was out of character. That should not count against me.
In related news, congratulations to Jezzy. She is off the Do Not Resurrect list.
Yay! First time in my whole life, yes! I'll do what I can to get back on as soon as possible.
Lista good, must happy on the name.
Okay.
I am curious why I'm on the Do Not Resurrect list. Was it cut of that comment just now, or is it, did I do something before?
Well, here's the thing. You made this comment several times before. Do Not Resurrect. Now, Do Not Heal. I never had to start a Do Not Heal list before. So hey, you are a trailblazer.
No, that's its own class.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
But we aren't in Faerun, so never mind. I argue that was out of character. That should not count.
Do you really think that if it comes down to it that Varen won't heal you, please? He's...
I don't know.
Yeah, but see, I'm not.
Well, then learn your lesson well.
All for advancing the cause of good, remember. Good does not mean nice, and it does not mean you're not prone to being spiteful occasionally. Besides not doing anything,
That's
if you don't want to
really-
get if you don't want to get stabbed, well, don't get stabbed.
It reminds
easy.
one wizard that we had on the group. His wizards were always in same kind of alignment. Chaotic good with evil tendencies. what the description was.
I'm not chaotic good. I mean, chaotic anything.
Alright, so, is it Do we have him? Is he rolled? Has he got his
Yep.
initiative? Okay.
I am in and on the top map, currently next to a bird, apparently trying to attract females.
Oh yeah, baby.
Great, I got someone on top of our Hill's love nest. Literally. Fuck.
Like if I was
Okay.
a giant female, I'd go there. Hell yeah. Hell, come on now.
Hell of a nest.
Hell yeah. And I love Brian Druid for it. I was like, okay, there you go. He's gonna do it.
Holy
Okay,
crap.
well, I'll tell you
All
something
right.
if it comes.
Yeah, time now, 4 p.m., February 3rd, 10:85. Now we can finally start because I'm not lagging and I have everything in order. Okay. First up is Asher and Company.
Alright. So he doesn't know that Varen's back yet. He's gonna head on upstairs with Jim to check in on everybody and see. Sorry, I'm dealing with some boom issues. She's gonna head on upstairs and see, like, if we're getting anywhere close to ready to open that door and finish up.
Well, I think we pretty much have it. I mean, we've counted everything, we've passed it out. I mean, all we're waiting for is Varen and we can leave, yeah.
13 squares gets me to the next level.
Okay. And as you approach the door, you see that it has a lock on it. And it does look pretty complicated, like a masterwork lock.
So Asher thinks to herself, oh, I can at least pick this lock. So they're gonna stop here. And she tells Jim, she's like, go upstairs and tell him I'm picking this lock and don't bother me. But do come down and we're ready to go in here and fight whatever's behind this really pretty lock. And Jim says, okay. So
Let's see. Somewhere you guys found out that somewhere along the lines you found out that the overseer had the key.
That's right, yep.
And I think we'll just assume that you got it because it was your characters that stripped them anyways. So we'll say Jim hands you a key or something.
Okay, so Asher's gonna slip the key inside the lock and see if it fits.
It does, exactly. And the lock, you can hear it click several times before the deadbolt slides in. Like, it's a pretty complicated lock. Like, it's almost like a modern day lock.
Alright. So Asher tells Jim, she's like, go up and tell everybody that we're ready. I'll stay and make sure nothing comes out of this door, and I'll hide in case
you hear like
bad happens.
you hear muffled snoring from the other side of the door.
Can we just all get there before we open the door?
Tells him, she said, tell him there's definitely something alive back here. And Jim says, okay.
Can Cirrus hear them or no?
No.
That's 2 floors down.
2 floors
Okay.
30 squares gets him up to another level.
Okay.
And 44 gets him to the top.
Okay. And you get up to the top, and it looks like everybody's having like a bonanza with their shared gold.
And Jim says, "Hey guys, so Asher's getting impatient, and she unlocked a door, so we may
Coming.
want to go give her some backup."
They said that that's where they keep their prisoners.
Okay, well, she said there's definitely something alive back there, so she's not opening the door yet, but I would recommend we go sooner rather than later. Like,
What level?
let's go now.
What level was the door in? Bottom level, mid level.
It was on the
floor.
second floor.
So we can fly to balcony and be there. Okay.
And Karen Glore is going to come over and say, all right, go defend her, though I'm not sure why she started without us. And Jim says, you know how it is. And Karen Glore just nods.
Oh, man. Oh,
Okay.
well, that sounds bad,
Someone's getting antsy to go.
She's ready. She's done.
I don't blame her with all the smell of camel and lizard poop that fills the air.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anything else for Asher and Company? Okay. Next up, Anatar says, "Well, now that we're done here, where to, mates?"
Where is Xanatar? Is he on the this level?
Yeah, he's right in this room right here.
Okay, I see him too. Jim says, "Well, we're going down to check that last door. Then I think we were talking about going to
Megiddo?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's been a rough fight, and we're expecting some more rough fights. But if you want to stick with us, there's more gold like this and more evil to fight. But I would talk to Asher if you want to join, because he's a good boss. Like,
well,
We know.
it is the evil that I'm motivated to fight, but I suppose the gold is an added bonus. You were about to say something serious? Sorry for interrupting you.
No, I was gonna ask something out of character. We know Megiddo's south, right?
Yeah, it should be on that map that was drawn for you, and should be in the Discord. I think you copied it onto your computer as well.
The one that I drew? Yeah.
Should it be
There's
way up high?
on the way to Megiddo. There's the barbarian map, right?
Yep.
On the way to Megiddo, there's an oasis of note and 2 more towers.
oh, the towers are on the way.
Yeah, and then there's one past Megiddo, and then whatever the temple that assassin was talking about is then past Megiddo also. So even if we go due south from here, we'll hit another tower if we avoid the tower in the jungle.
And Jim says, "It sounds like you should talk to the rest of the main party members about whether they want to proceed or the towers or come back for them."
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea, mate.
Well,
And then
one of
on goes, And he turns back into his human form.
One thing though,
Terrangor kind of starts.
one thing though is that this might still be news that this one was taken over. If we go and leave for 2 weeks, they know to expect.
Oh, that's a good point.
Also,
At least when it comes to these towers.
how long is the travel to Megiddo on Anbu? Do you know?
Let's see. Anbu looks at you and he sort of scratches his head and looks outside, points to his nose, and he says,
Anbu think it is 5 or 6 days. If
Oh.
we go quickly.
Okay. So that means the oasis and towers are closer than 5 days.
Says yes. That's practically nothing compared to how long we've been traveling.
Because the map, so Megiddo is like just south of where the map ends, in other words? Josh?
can you post it in Discord for me?
Yep. Can I just... no. Upload my ghetto map.
Oh. Yeah, this map doesn't depict Megiddo at all.
Oh, at the time you said it was... So, the tower to the right of the south, he said, is much farther down. But he said Megiddo is past that.
Yeah, this map doesn't depict Megiddo.
So, am I to understand that Megiddo should be somewhere on this map, or that the things that are marked on this map are within?
You could probably assume that the chieftain didn't know where Megiddo was. Exactly.
Oh, but he said he was from Megiddo.
No, he didn't. He is definitely not from Megiddo. He's from the land of Nod, like the desert of Nod. They're nomads don't live in cities. Period. Like those are nomadic people.
So it should be on the map, but it isn't.
No, it should not be on the map. He probably has never even been there.
No, I mean...
You could assume he drew what he knew.
Mm-hmm.
I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay. So we don't actually know where it is, if it should be on this map, or if it's south of this map.
True.
Correct?
That is true.
Okay. That's what I was trying to understand. Because I had
Okay.
understood that Megiddo was south off the edge of the map before.
You could assume so. One could assume that. It would be an assumption. I don't know what you're basing it on. But I'm not saying whether or not it's true.
Yeah,
But is that what you're assuming?
that's what I had assumed.
Cool.
Because I had no reason to think otherwise until now.
Okay. Next up is Varen and Company.
Let's see. Varen and Company are on top of a roof overlooking a well, the remains of a battlefield.
And right next to you is a ladder. And you're going to hear voices emanating from the manhole of the ladder. Talking about
Nice.
maps and things like that.
And Varen's gonna move over to the ladder and climb down.
And there's a giant eagle right next to it. And it sort of caws as you pass. And it spreads its wings wide. And sort of flaps them like so. And then it stops. And folds its wings back up. And goes back to roosting or whatever it was doing before.
Our hill was Anatar's eagle, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And that's
I'll
just
look
why I was
at
looking, hey,
our hill
Varen,
for a
how you
moment.
doing? How you doing, Varen? Hey.
Yeah, we'll look at our hill for a moment. Huh. Well, that means Anatar's around. He's gonna climb down.
Okay. Alright. And you
Should I
get
take
down
out
to
my
the
token or
bottom of the ladder, and you're standing on top of a dead body right here.
Next to a lot of pee.
Yeah, big old piss puddle.
I mean, I guess it's dry by this point.
yeah, Varen's gonna see he lands on dead body. He's going to step around the dead body, then kick it to the piss puddle.
Okay.
Calamar sees him and starts like jumping up and down and going, "Yay!" Just like a little kid who got what he wanted for Christmas. Like he got his Mr. Potato Head and damn if he ain't happy. You know? That's Calamar. Yay! Varen, you're so glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back, Calamar. Although I admit, getting banished was not a pleasant experience.
I was really scared because I was afraid that you weren't going to be able to come back at all. But then I can't remember who, but somebody told me. Karen Glora said that you were probably just gone for like a day, and so I'm really glad that you weren't like forever banned.
I, for one, am glad too. Although, I might have to be more careful if, as other priests may also know and prepare that spell. Either way, I've had a lot of time to think about things. Well, comparatively speaking.
They're dealing with demons, so I would assume that they would have it prepared as like an insurance policy.
That is concerning. I might end up getting sent away in the future. Oh, let's hope my resistance holds up next time. Either way, it seems you've all done rather well. Everyone is alright?
Well, Boogie Will says,
I think we're all healed now, except of course for Rock. He's sad. But yeah, most of the rest of us, I think we're okay.
Anbu and Saris both need healing.
oh, plus Saris and that other person.
Yeah, you notice that there are quite a few people in this room that are injured, either slightly or heavily.
But we killed him, so, and nobody died, so yay.
Lots of people died. Just people we want to die.
That's what I meant. Yeah, real close, though. Real close.
Well, if you're able to complain about your injuries, that means you're all very much alive. Now, I admit I did not prepare much in the way of restorative spells today, mostly on account that I half expected to take vengeance for you all instead of, well, saving those who are left. But
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Says I'll assist.
in fairness, the last time I was there, as I recall, there was a pit fiend flying about. But you've all proven rather capable. Although it appears you had a little extra help. Hello, Anatar.
Yeah, I was about to say, Anatar had everything to do with that.
And you missed the second pit fiend.
Huh, there were two. Oh, either way, we have done the material plane a great favor then. As it should take some time for those two to reform. But I'm sure my followers have prepared some restorative spells today, so we'll have something ready for you. And we've taken the time to prepare some countermeasures for the next time we cross blades with literal demons, or the Beatuzu.
And we also identified all this stuff while we were waiting. And here's, got your gold. Here's your gold, right? Asher, you counted it, right? Yeah.
Yep. She's not there, but
Well,
there's a pile with a note on it that says "Erin."
Oh, thank you for setting some aside for me. Ren will pick it up, distribute it. They'll look around at you all. Some of you do look a bit more. Oh, you're wearing a bit more magic these days. Although it seems Dean has changed the most. He finally got around to wearing Limpopo's armor. I was even.
What?
Finally, right? Yeah.
Greater protections all around. By the way, I do believe we are not quite done here, as there are other areas down here to explore. But I will be ready nonetheless. And maybe this time, we should prioritize the priests the next time we run into battle. But hey, I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad you're all okay.
Thanks to Anatar. I hear that he came in like an avenging angel.
He was kind of cool, yeah. I do love Anatar. And I
It's
look
no
at him
problem,
and smile.
mates. That's what I'm here for. Smashing immortal evils and swiving the young ladies.
Yeah, you just summed up his character in a nutshell.
Yep. How long are you gonna be with us, Anatar?
Well, that depends. Do you plan on fighting many devils lately?
Since our
Sounds
plan
like it.
is to more or less root out the entire cult, yes, there will be more.
Then it seems it would be a good idea if I stuck around for a while. And next up is Brian Jurid.
Well, time to head towards the door. Do I have a good spot to actually fly up, or does it?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't scrolled down all the way. Next up is Gromnar, not Brian Jurid.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Gromnar is...
So, if I remember right, last week this lizard was kind of presenting itself to be mounted. So, and no Varen, not in a dirt.
I wasn't listening.
So, Gromnar will climb up, get himself all snug in the saddle, kind of wiggle his butt a little bit, get his nuts in the cup that was very clearly mentioned, and proceed to try and figure out how to ride this thing. He'll guide it towards the door and just have a good old time riding around on a lizard outside.
Yeah, it looks like it was kind of meant for like a cod piece on some plate
Wait.
armor.
Excuse me, wait. Nuts?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a spot on the saddle for a cod piece.
Okay.
And Gromnar fits right into it.
While he's riding around out there, he's alternating between the spear and the trident, trying to get a feel for their weight and thrust in and whatnot as he's riding, doing the normal things that lead to a proficiency in riding.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. The lizard takes right to your weight, and two back, boom, takes right to your weight. And let me put you on the. Oh, okay, you can't control it. Nice. All right.
Yes.
And it doesn't do anything stupid like, start chewing on stuff or like reach back and grab your, your foot or anything dumb like that. It just it's happy taking your taking your weight, and it feels kind of funny compared to like, well, you haven't ever ridden anything before in your life. It does feel kind of funny. The lizard sort of sways as it walks, so it's a head and tail arc to one side and then to the other, and in the middle you're sort of swaying left and right, and just because the creature's so long, and it takes some getting used to, but you get a feel for it after just a couple of minutes. It'll take you right outside.
Okay, and that's what he will be doing at this point. Like I said, he's doing the things that lead to next week having the proficiency in ride.
Yeah.
Because I totally forgot that the lizard was an option until we started, and then I remembered, and I was like, fuck, that's the MWP I want.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. I'll put you on the outer map. All right. Next up is Calamar and Company.
Calamar, he just like, yay! It's so good to see you, Varen. But I'm gonna run down and go help Asher because we don't know what's there, and I'm gonna take that. Tron, you wanna come? she says, "Sure," and they take each other's hands, and they go.
Just stay safe. I'll start running if I hear screaming.
Okay.
So,
And you make
yeah,
it down
he's-
to the 3rd floor. The pile of bones, the smell of that sickening human stew, the dead bodies, some braziers casting light. You pass through the door. There's the bedroom in there with the nearly empty rucksacks, and the door has been kicked down by the pit fiend.
I thought it was on this level. I guess it's not, and I think he's only got a movement of 2 left. So yeah.
Okay. And you make it down to the 2nd floor. And just as you get there, you can see Asher pulling a key out of the lock and pocketing it, and about to open the door.
So he takes his 2 steps. He turns himself invisible, and Tarana takes hides, but she can't hide now. But she'll be ready to hide next time. So.
Okay. You hear a muffled snoring on the other side of the the door, and then suddenly there's like a stirring, and you hear the sound of plate mail scraping against itself, and then the snoring starts again. Anything else from Calamar and Company?
Nope.
Okay. Next up is Brian Druid and Company. Vesa, are you there?
Sorry, I went mute when I was sneezing.
Ah.
All right. Okay. I am looking to get to there. Was shortest route? Which question is round or trying to fly it on the platform and then go from there? I assume the platform faster. But the question is, how high is the platform? AKA, can I have enough lift to get to there without having to zigzag?
Can you point to the platform you're talking about?
Yep. Sorry. Probably meaning this one. It's in the middle.
I'm sorry, I don't see a pointer or anything.
No, what button was the pointer? I don't remember. I don't normally
It's
use
a tool on your toolbar. It looks like a ruler. There's a tool on your toolbar.
4th one from the top.
Select mode and view.
It's the one right above the dice roller, right below the magnifying glass.
Snap to center. Oh, yeah, that's right. Nope. I don't see a ruler picture at all.
It's a circle with like a little ruler sticking out of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the thing
No
that's a
snapping.
snap
Okay, let me see.
center. You can draw a
Let me
line
see.
with that.
Yeah, once you draw a line,
Oh, there
you'll
we
see
go.
it.
There we go. That one.
Okay, so that's 45 degrees in the or 45 feet in the air. And
So I need 45 feet this pretty much to get up there. So no, not viable to fly up there right now.
But
I
if
would have to
you
go backwards and then fly.
if you did one of these,
Oh, yep.
You could.
Turn. I can do that, yeah. Alright. Then I'm gonna do that. Back to movement mode.
and you land on the balcony.
And I'm on the balcony, but no more movement. I get to there. I'm coming! This is brain rage when he lands up on the platform. At the same time, Jan is still just packing up all the cooking utensils and such. I'll come a little later. You go ahead. I'll need to clean up and oil the pan. Done.
Okay. It took about a half move to get up to the balcony, so you still have a half move of walking, if you wish. And you are right here. Right here.
Thanks. I'm done.
Oh, you didn't want to walk into the tower?
Oh, you have a movement left. That's the question.
Yeah, because remember, outside of combat, all your movement rates are
Yeah.
doubled.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then
So you had
I
like
believe it's
80
this way, yeah.
squares of flight, and you only moved like 25 squares.
a little
so,
bit. Yeah.
Um,
Go over there, and if I have the extra movement, I should be able to get pretty much to the next floor, right where the door is.
yeah, and I think.
Or is it where we are? Is the door area where I am right now? Or is it down still?
To go down, you would go.
Like
Yeah.
here?
You would go. You would go this way, like this, to
Yep.
go down.
Alright. Okay.
Okay. And
Going
then
there,
you
and
get
done.
there, and you still have how many squares
I
left?
believe
Whoops.
4 more.
Okay, and then you get to here, where it looks like some people were cooking people.
Oh,
There's a pile of bones on the floor just in front of you, and beyond that, a pile of dead bodies, cadavers. It does kind of stink in here of sort of like a fishy, fecal smell from people being gutted and. things like that.
I'll go over there.
And those pots.
Holding my nose a bit.
Yeah, those pots
Nostrils.
are boiling, and inside is this sort of like a split pea soup that has human body parts floating around in it, heads and hands and kneecaps and shins and
Candy
forearms.
balls.
Yes, scrota.
Render it is done and doesn't feel very alright.
Yeah, the smell is similar to that smell when you're cooking pork chops. I don't know if you've ever cooked pork chops over the stove, but you can tell when someone's cooking pork. It has that weird kind of just pork chop smell. That's the smell that's filling the air. Sort of like split pea soup with maybe some bacon in it. Is the sort of like the gist of the smell. But you can tell it has a very pork-like smell.
Long pig.
The smell of people. Okay.
Long pig is what the Chinese used to call when they had to resort to eating people.
Eating people.
Long pig.
you would pick your least favorite child and trade it with another family, and they'd pick their least favorite child and give you that one.
Yummy.
Oh.
Next up
Quick
is
estimate.
Cirrus and Company.
Ceres is going to So how far can I get if I like ran down the stairs?
If you jog, you multiply your movement rate by 4 because you're out of combat and jogging.
And my movement rate is 12 squares?
Yeah. So you'd be able to move 48 squares.
And if I got on the camel, how far would I be able to go?
Twice the camel's movement, which is 42. Oh, actually, are you a proficient camel rider?
No.
Then you would end your movement mounted on the camel.
So I would move to the camel, get on it,
And that's
and
it.
then it's like, okay. So I guess Ceres is gonna run downstairs.
Okay.
Oops, I have a wrong tool selected.
You get to here.
You did the math for me already?
Oh, no. You know what, Brian Jared, I accidentally put you on the 3rd floor. Oh, yeah, you're supposed to go on the 3rd floor. Duh. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start on the 4th. And you're descending just like Ceres is.
Give me a second to see how far I already moved. Because
Oh, it was
10.
yeah, something like that.
Camels walk downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, 'cause can't cows not walk downstairs?
Of course they can walk downstairs.
It's in D&D. It's
Oh no, I just meant in real life.
It's elephants that have trouble going downhill in D&D. Everything else can just go downhill. You know, if there's enough room.
Ceres walks past Brian Druid and waves.
Oh, hi, Zeris. Hold your nose. Or hold your nostrils. This is bad.
I'm used to the smell of burnt flesh.
It's not just the burnt flesh.
And then they move to
I
there.
am not entirely sure if they were trying to kill people with this soup or not.
Just don't stick your nose places that shouldn't be. You learn that quickly in a wizard academy. I go down another floor.
You come up behind Tirana.
Oh, now I need to find me. Okay. Thank you. And I can move a little more. Can actually just get to here.
Yeah, you should have about a metric fuck ton of squares left. Because you had, if you were jogging, you had 48.
Yeah, I was like 10 and then 13 and then I just did.
Okay. When you arrive, you see Asher has unlocked the door and is ready to open it. And you can hear the sound of muffled snoring coming from inside, like...
I thought you said that the snoring stopped.
And then it began again.
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
And then for a second, the snoring stops, and you hear a stirring. and you hear the sounds of plate mail rubbing against itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then the muffled snoring begins again.
That's Asher in front of the door, right?
Yeah.
Asher, this is where the assassin said they keep their prisoners. So I don't know what's in there, but just in case, we should be ready to deal with something if we have to. So I'll
Sure.
be here for support.
Asher gives like a lazy salute.
Calamar says, I'm here too. I'm just hiding.
Asher says, okay, well, I'm going to open the door, and then I'm going to run where I can't be seen, and then I'll hide, and then I'll come back invisible, and that'll be the plan.
Speaking
so
of
I'm
which,
just gonna stand here.
Speaking of which, time now is 4:01, and it's Asher and Company's.
Yeah, it makes Cirrus be
Turn.
the face of the party. He can do anything.
You can hide too, Sarah. Just do it first.
Yeah, Cirrus is definitely not the face of the party.
Asher says, if you're gonna hide, I'll wait a minute to open the door.
I don't really have any way to hide.
Asher says, okay, then here we go. She opens the door, and then
Okay, you open the door. And
then, like, without standing in front of the door, she, like, darts up the stairs so that she can hide.
okay, well, right before you dart up the stairs, inside the room, you can see a man who is just his armor. It's a guy that's laying down on a cot. His arms and legs are chained up to the floor. It's full plate armor, and his visor is down, so you can't see his face. But he's laying there sleeping. The armor is filled with holes and just cuts. It looks like a tin can that's been opened from 3 or 4 different can openers. And he's covered in blood. There's blood everywhere. There's blood on the cot. There's blood on the floor in front of the cot. He seems to have dropped his mace in front of the cot, and he still has a large shield strapped to his left arm, even though he's chained up. And he's laying uncomfortably on this cot with his rucksack still on his back, like he was, dropped, injured, and just chained up with all of his gear.
She says, new plan. I think we can take him if we have to.
I don't think we have to take him, Asher.
Never know.
The rest of the room, there are 2 other cots. On the left, it looks like there's bags of dried peas, probably the peas that they use to make the split pea soup. And then crates that you can't really tell what's in them. And then 2 barrels that look kind of familiar. It looks like they're the same type of barrels that they had at the bodega.
All coming together. It's like Asher kind of like made like she was gonna dart upstairs, but then she like comes. Then she steps back and is like, huh? And then she's gonna walk through the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like she was gonna run and then, aww, look at him.
And she's gonna look at this guy and be like, "Hi, rough day."
He's clearly in a coma.
Ooh. And so she is going to step back outside the door and yell at the top of her lungs, "Jim!" And floor's up. Can Jim hear
Yes.
Sister Karen Gore, that's our cue. And they're going to race down the stairs.
Okay. As you know, you sort of stepped a little closer, to the guy. He's a heavily armored young man, bearing a unique-looking mace and shield. He wears a healer's bag of poultices and herbs about his right shoulder, and on his left shoulder, a baldric bearing a maul, the head of which can be seen barely above his backpack. There's a holy symbol dangling lightly around the gorget about his neck. The light reflected in steely blue eyes can be seen through the eye slits of his great helm. The sabatons on his full plate mail bear the spurs of a rider, and he has a gold signet ring covered in red wax about the ring finger on his right gauntlet. He is sweating profusely and is covered in blood, and seems a bit overloaded by his gear. Like, his armor is really heavy.
Alright, so 6 squares will get Jim and Karen Glore down to the 3rd level.
Jim and Karen Glore, or?
They're both going.
Okay. Cirrus, do you have religion?
No.
Okay. Asher doesn't have religion, does she? Okay.
Do I have religion? No.
Getting down to the next level.
Unless it's a god of birds, then I might know it.
Josh.
Okay, there you go. You come up right behind Tirana.
Guy in there, and he's badly hurt. And it looks like he's a prisoner. We should at least, try to help him, and he's probably too badly hurt to kill us, so let's give it a shot. And Jim gives her a thumbs up and walks into the room.
Does magical healing heal a coma?
Maybe.
Well, if he's
you're comatose as soon as you hit 0 HP. You're comatose.
Okay.
So Jim's gonna stand there and begin to pray. And
yeah, Jim can.
Here for this turn.
Jim can roll religion if he has it.
Yes, he does.
And Jim actually recognizes this man.
Ooh.
Like, recognizes?
Yeah. Okay.
Important figure.
So Jim knows this man just by his armor and holy symbol. So the holy symbol is that of Motivus.
Oh, I forgot to move on, Boo. Can you put on Boo next to me? Because he would have moved with me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Save changes. Show the players. Okay, the holy symbol is that of Motivus. He's the god of righteousness and holiness. He's a custom god in my campaign.
Okay, I was looking it up. I'm like, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah. And
He says, "Good call. This guy's definitely doesn't belong to Set. He's serves a god of good and righteousness. So our kind of people."
yeah, Jim turns to you, Asher, and he says, he says,
Yeah, paladin.
I think I have to delete some cookies here.
I recognize this man. He's from Enervia City.
He's from what?
From Enervia City.
Oh, damn. I wonder how we got out here.
He's an important cleric. His name is Luther. A few years ago, the people of Enervia dubbed him a saint.
Oh. Wow.
That was when I was a teenager. It was
Breaking.
It was for what was it? Yeah, he's important. He's the high priest. No, he's the bishop. That's right. He's the bishop of Motivus in Enervia City. I remember now. Yeah, Luther Crucible. They call him Saint Luther. A living saint. He was dubbed a saint by the people of Enervia for oh, right. So a few years back, there was another bishop named Father Martin, and he preached racism against humanoids within the city, and so many of the people would attack humanoids on sight, orcs and goblins and whatnot, especially because of the Mithril War. And Father Martin was excommunicated by this man's friend, Cyrus Muldoon, the Paladin. And St. Luther took over the Archdiocese. Is that the right word or the right term?
Archdiocese?
Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah.
Took over the Archdiocese and became the new bishop.
Sure, I'm glad we found him then.
Probably
patch
doesn't
him
want to
up.
come with us then.
He might.
I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask him.
First things first, let's get him off of death's door.
Yeah, I'm better at getting things on death's door than off death's door. So I think that's up to Jim.
Sure nods in agreement.
And Asher, you sense that this guy is actually recruitable. Like he's lower
Oh,
level.
hell yeah.
Lower level than you.
What level's Asher?
She's 10. Or is it 11 now? 11, yeah.
Thieves level up fast.
Yeah, baby.
There you.
Is she a pure thief?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So anything else from Asher and company?
No, I don't guess Jim can heal until next turn because he moved so much, so it'll be it.
Okay. Next is Anatar. He walks over to the ladder and he climbs up. Excuse me, Baron. Our heal awaits. I need to groom his feathers.
Oh. Yep, Baron just will step up away then.
And he
He gets a date.
yeah, he climbs up the ladder and goes outside. And feathers begin falling down like eaten up ends. Dusty, old feathers. Kind of, a few of them fall down to the bottom of the ladder. Okay, and next up is Varen and Company.
Baron is going to. Might as well. He will move over to. Anbu. He will waggle his fingers and drop an Orison of the restorative variety as soon as, full 20 stops being a pain. Orison. Level 10.
Yeah, it's a level 1 pre-spell that's multifunctional. You cast it and
Oh
it
yeah,
has
that's
like
their version of
8
cantrip, right?
It's like 8 different functions.
Yeah,
There's like
yeah.
a detect magic function, a healing function, an anti-poison function, a bunch of them.
It's their much more useful version of cantrip.
Yes.
And it is, in fact, mathematically speaking, the most efficient heal you'll get your hands on until, well, possibly the heal spell.
Or I actually have never read it before, so
But yeah,
Healing.
Anbu gains a single hit point. I mean, it's only one, but 10 rounds of, Orison, well, is better than a Cure Light.
Yeah, if you got the time, definitely the Orison.
so it's what? It stays for how many rounds per level you are?
Oh, there's a limit.
For the Orisons that actually have a duration, they stay in effect for 10 rounds. Which is like
So a turn.
yeah. I think there's like a stop poison one or something like that. That'll stop poison for up to 10 rounds. I don't remember exactly what it does. I think it actually just gives you another saving throw versus poison with a +1 bonus. I'm pretty sure that's what it does.
No, it gives you a +1 bonus to your next save versus poison. I just looked it up.
Okay. So within the 10 round function of it, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, so that's still pretty good if you suddenly are in a spider's den, throw that down.
Yeah.
Everyone more or less gets a better save.
Oh, it's an AoE?
Hmm?
Should be just against one person.
Oh. Area of effect varies.
Anyways, next
Sorry,
up
move on
is
while I read.
Gromnar and Company. Gromnar and Company.
I'd honestly, until something better comes up, that's what he's caught to entertain himself with. He's got his lizard, and like I said, he's doing riding and getting the feel for the weapons on it, trying to convince his dog that it's a good idea to run next to this riding lizard to keep up with him. He's having a good time. He's child Gromnar right now, not murder Gromnar.
Yeah.
And it's always one or the other.
Okay.
This is true.
Calamar knows, man. He knows.
Oh, I found you.
I mean, until somebody calls him and tells him food's ready, or something comes up that he has to stab, he's in child.
All right. Next up is Calamar and Company.
Calamar immediately drops his invisibility, because he heard Jim talking about this guy's a saint, and he's like, oh God. And so he runs in, and Toronto will come and will run in, stand right next to Calamar. Calamar is like,
Yeah.
oh God!
His armor is really beat up. Like, there's little holes in it where the metal is like dented inwards, and a hole has been poked through, and there's like metal sticking into his skin from some kind of spikes, and there's like 5 or 6 of those, and then there's like bludgeon dents in his helmet where it looks like it might be pinched to his head or whatnot, and yeah.
Hammer to his head.
Yeah.
Well, Calamar is going to run up here, and he sees his chains. You said he was in chains, and so he's going to start lifting his chains and trying to remove the chains from him, while Jim's praying or preparing to pray or whatever. He's going to remove his chains, and Toronto's going to sit there and go, "Wow, I've never seen this before." Oh my God, I hope you can heal him, Jim. I really do. Oh God. And that's what Calamar is going to do. And I did this solely because when he wakes up, I want the first face he sees to be Calamar's. I cannot wait for that. But okay.
Okay. Next up is Saracen Company. Just right outside the door.
Can you move on? Oh no, Ambu's getting the healed, right? He can stay there. I guess I'll enter the room and actually see this person for the first time.
So it's a man. You can't really tell how old he is, but he's wearing full plate mail. He has a large shield strapped to his left arm, and he seems to have dropped his mace on the floor next to the cot. The shield and mace look very unique. They're very unique looking. The mace, I think, is a flange mace.
A flange mace? What's that mean?
Instead of a head with nubs on it or whatever, it's just a metal rod that has fins that come out of 4 different sides. That's what a flange
okay.
is. Let's see.
I know what that is. Just didn't know the name for it.
Yeah, it looks like a rod with flanges coming out of it. And say again.
No.
And he has some sort of holy symbol around his neck. You can't really tell what religion it belongs to, though. There's also a ring.
Well, I
on his
heard
right temple.
gems, so yeah.
Looks like
well-
it has some red wax stuck in it, like it's a signet ring.
Well, I can't really help in this situation, so I'm gonna go check on the giant bird because I like birds.
Okay.
And then he starts running up. Can you just put him on the fourth floor or roof or whatever you are willing to put him on? Unless you want me to do the math. for
Oh,
each floor.
you're jogging.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
Jog back. I hear of a big bird.
Was enough to get from between there and the fourth floor.
Am I somewhere?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, you get to the roof. Right here.
Oh. Oh, we are.
And you get there just in time to see Anatar sort of grooming Arahil, who is going to stretch out his wings. Like so. Wait, that doesn't look far enough. Oh, that is far enough.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, he stretches his wings out. And next up is Calamar and Company.
Already went. So, whoever's next.
Oh, I need to put Cirrus on the turn order tracker. There we go. Just real quick, is everybody on the turn order tracker still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still here on the turn order tracker.
All right. The time now is 4:02. Next up is Asher and Company.
Alright, so Jim is going to go ahead and cast to Cure Light Wounds.
Okay. So you cast Cure Light Wounds, and it brings St. Luther out of his stupor. He now has 1 hit point and is injured. So he's out of the coma. And he begins to stir. You can hear him, stop snoring, and he says, Where am I?
Asher moves closer. She says, saving you. I recognize my good buddy Jim here. He's from the same town as you. And we, destroyed the cult that was in this tower, and now we're, saving you. So
Oh,
Much awesome.
oh, good. Ah, they've routed my retinue. Ugh. My head.
Maybe don't go upstairs.
So hot.
And
Ah.
so your head's hot? Okay. So Asher's gonna come and investigate his helm to see if she can take it off without injuring him further.
You can. It's attached to his armor by a series of 8 wing nuts around the perimeter of the helm.
Asher starts removing them and takes his helm off.
So the wing nuts, they unscrew to the left, and they're attached to the armor itself by a buckle. That sort of swings over the bolt on the helmet, and oh, I'm sorry, the bolts are on the armor. The helmet comes down over the bolts, and then the wing nuts swing over the plate of the helmet and screw on. So, yep.
Right.
And then, yeah, you're able to remove the wing nuts, and it takes a little bit of a tug to pull the great helm off, but you're able to get it off of his head. It looks like part of it was kind of caved in, like squeezing against his head a little bit, but you're able to pull it off. And there's a big bruise on the side of his head where it was caved in, and a little bit of blood has come out of his ear from the blow, and it looked like it sort of ran down the side of his face. He has like no hair. His head is completely shaved bald, and he has a black goatee and steely blue eyes. And he looks up at you with this like sorry look on his face, like, my acolyte Ryan, have you seen him?
Asher kind of looks at the ground and looks at him and says, "You're the only person living we've found in this tower."
No. Oh no. Ryan. I hope that he survived somehow.
I hope so too. It was a nasty business. This cult needs to go down.
Yes. Yes. And he just sort of starts staring off at the ceiling, and for a second, and kind of closes his eyes. And there's like a trickle of tears that comes out from the sides of his eyes, and sort of runs down his face onto his ears, and it mixes with a little bit of the blood and drips onto the cot, a pink droplet, and he begins to weep.
Is there any fabric on the cot, or just the cot?
There seems to be a winter blanket rolled up on each cot. He's sort of using one of them as a pillow, but there is one nearby on this cot here.
Asher steps to this cot, picks up dirty winter blanket, and then sits down on the edge of Luther's cot. She wipes away some of the tears and blood and says, "It's all right. I don't know what I would do if something happened to one of my companions. I hope that yours is all right. I will say when you're ready to think about it. If you still want to fight this fight, if you want to avenge what happened here, be glad to have you.
Oh,
And Calamar pipes up while he's trying to pull the chains off and says, "And we don't know. He could have run away. He could have gone back and tried to get help. We don't know, so don't assume he's dead yet. Oh, please don't cry."
I hope he survived. Poor Ryan.
Asher nods and says, "I hope so too."
All alone in the desert. The other men were crushed. The Konyagon was too much. It surrounded us with a wall of fire.
Yeah, that guy was a dick.
That he did that to us too, and it was everything we could do to get him to die.
He's dead, but this cult remains. We're going to crush it. Hope you'll help us.
I made sure none of my men harmed the pilgrims. Though they're evil, they were unarmed for the most part, other than just a few.
Yeah, we told them that, they needed to get out because this was evil, and, well, I didn't do it. Gromnar did. You'll meet Gromnar. Anyway, and they all ran away. So, yeah, we helped them too.
Most ran away. I won't lie and say there was no collateral damage. We tried to minimize it.
Hopefully they'll run away again in the future in the other towers. It'll be much easier to win their hearts and minds.
I agree. There's no use killing things that are too weak to fight.
Agreed.
They're so hungry. I mean, and poor. I mean, what choice do they have?
Hungry. I've quite forgotten the taste of food. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
I can't remember the last time I ate.
Asher says, well, Lamar and Caranglor, and she's like, Caranglor! Caranglor kind of comes in for where he's been watching the door, and she says, will you help Calamar come out of these chains, and I'll run up and get him some dry rations. I don't think we have anything left over from last night, but I've got some dry rations.
Oh, thank
Caranglor,
you.
and Caranglor is going to start getting him out of these chains, and Asher is going to move. I haven't really kept track of how much she's moved so far, but let's just. 9 gets her out of the door, so I'll just let her movement, and she's going to go upstairs next time.
So thirsty and hot.
Water coming up, and since we got to get out of the chains, maybe we'll get out of this. I don't know if this armor's good anymore, man. I really don't. But we got you covered.
Okay. Anything else from Asher and Company?
That's it.
Jim gets 100 points for Cure Light Wounds. And Anatar looks to you, Ceres, and says, hello, mate. Would you like a quill? Free quills?
I have quills. I'm a bit of a expert on avians, so when I heard there was a giant eagle that I could actually approach.
Oh, I have so many questions for you.
Yeah, I hope it's not an insult to you, but I have I can show you a better way to preen him that he'll enjoy more.
Go on. I need to know these things, mate.
Me personally, I don't know anything about it, but I know Sirius would.
Oh, that sounds like a grand idea. Okay.
Yeah.
And next up is Varen and Company.
Oh, let's see, another, Orisons shall continue.
Another HP for Anbu, I'm guessing.
Yeah, another HP for Amdo. Do I really need to reroll the spell for this?
No.
No.
1 hit point for Anbu.
I'll update that whenever I can see Anbu again.
On the off chance that you can always open
There you
the
go.
sheet itself and update it on the sheet. You
Oh,
don't
right.
need-
Right. I can update it on the sheet. Never mind. You are correct.
Okay. And anything else from Varen and Company? Any other Orisoners?
Actually, I just realized Onras is down 8 hit points. So, yeah, he'll use his own.
Yeah.
Special power.
And remember, 24 hours have passed, so you have, like, you know, all your spells back, except for the ones you guys cast every day, like Create Food and Water and stuff. By the way, wasn't it Varen who cast most of the Create Food and Waters?
There was also Jan that cast one.
Okay, so fortunately, Dion is cooking a giant lizard right now, right?
Well, I believe I cooked it yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right.
He was just cleaning up the pots and pans.
Well, there's plenty of leftovers. Anything else from
Exactly.
From Varen and Company?
A moment, slow healing to be done. So, yeah, we're good for now.
Okay. I'm just recording Onras Orison +1. -9. Okay, next up is Gromnar and Company, who you said was just romping around on the giant lizard.
Yes.
Okay, Saracen Company.
Sirius kind of goes over to Anna. Oh. See? Over to Ara Hill?
Mm-hmm.
And starts like inspecting it and inspecting him and like seeing if he will allow him to touch him and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's a tamed bird, so he allows you to come up and touch him. And I, being an avian, I guess you would recognize this is one of the birds of the one of the giant eagles of the court of Elistar.
And are they different than other giant eagles?
They have those telltale blue painted feathers.
Okay.
So that's why he's got those blue.
Anatar, this is wonderful to be able to see one of these eagles up close. Studying is one thing, but actually getting to deal with one alive and in person is incredible.
Oh, I agree. They're magnificent creatures.
I'd love to befriend a giant eagle, and any kind of bird one day.
Do you have any pets?
I have a cockatrice egg that's gonna hatch in a few days.
Ew. Well, good luck with
Calamar
that.
doesn't know. Yeah.
They're harmless for the first while. They're born
really?
kind of frail.
Hmm.
So, enough time for me to attempt to train it.
I hope so. Are you a bird trainer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Our heel here is trained to accept a rider.
I can tell. I mean, I assume you rode in on him. I didn't see you.
No, I don't know how to ride giant eagles, but he does allow me to hold on to his tail feathers and tow me along as I fly behind him.
Oh, okay. That's unexpected.
Yes.
But you have a really beautiful creature here.
No, thank you.
If there's anything I can do to help you,
And you hear Arahil go,
yeah.
Caw! And then Atar goes, and he thanks you apparently.
Thank you. And then he kind of stands there fascinated, like inspecting it as much as Arahil will let him.
Yeah, he lets you, come right up to him and touch him. His down feathers are incredibly soft, and his flight feathers incredibly strong. And he sort of plucks out one of his longer, more beautiful flight feathers and beaks it to you as a gift. One of his quills,
Aww.
and it has an ideal inking edge on it, where the quill ends. It comes to a fine point. And it's approximately a foot long, and it's this beautiful, like brown flight feather, about a foot long, from a giant eagle.
Thank you so much, Anahil. This means a lot to me.
And he just goes screech. And
That was really, really sweet.
next up is Calamar and Company.
So, I guess we get the chains off of him, do we? I mean, he's been doing it for 2 rounds, is it?
Yeah, all the chains are off.
And, so, Calamar, reaches into his backpack and pulls out his wineskin, and, he carefully holds the guy's head, and pours some wine, helps him to drink some wine.
Glug, 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 glug.
And and Jim and Caranglor are noticing that, like, Calamar, he's kind of teary. He's like, he's got a tear in his eye. He doesn't like seeing anything good bound up and chained and locked in a room.
Yeah.
So, and he's saying, I think we need to take your armor off now. Well, somebody with some strength who can.
Yes.
Would it bother you? It would be okay.
So hot.
We'll try our very, very best not to hurt you.
He is sweating profusely. Like, he's just, like, his, it's a good thing you found him because, like, his eyes are kind of sunken in, right? And he has real dark circles around his eyes. He looks really pale. It looks like he's lost a lot of fluids, both through bleeding and sweating. And if you hadn't found him, he might have died of dehydration, like today.
Oh my God!
His armor is like soaked with sweat. His doublet.
So Calamar, it goes through and unhooks it, and Toronto, who we called over, is going to help him. Is going to remove it.
Yeah.
But you know, however long it takes to remove plate mail, I don't know. 1 or 2 rounds, 3 rounds, I don't know.
It's full plate mail. So a lot of it is actually attached by bolts. Those wing nuts.
Yeah.
And it's very intricate how the plates are like angled and flexible and attached to his body. It's as though he weren't wearing armor at all, but clothing made of steel.
Wow. Okay.
So rather than a bunch of stiff plates like plate mail, it's a highly advanced form of field plate. So field plate is the same way, except this suit of armor has slightly thicker plates than field plate. It weighs more, obviously, and it's decorated. There's a lot of etching and like paint on this armor. It's really a work of art, and it's very beautiful. But it basically is so flexible. It was allowing him to sleep. And you notice as you're taking off the plates, the cod piece actually has a door on it. And there's like a fly in his pants behind the door, so he could actually take a leak while wearing the plate mail. And the butt part of the armor has these like hip plates that kind of cover part of the butt and part of the groin. And it's almost like a skirt on a divided skirt of plates that comes down one on each side, you know. And from a squatting position, the way the hip armor part rotates, he could actually bare his behind to go to the bathroom while wearing the armor, like just in a squatting position. The armor sort of rotates away from his bum. It's pretty amazing how well it works. But yeah, it looks like he's essentially wearing steel clothes. And you take the armor off, and underneath he's not actually wearing a doublet. It is a white tunic. Once you get the gorget off, by the way, the gorget has a vicar in it, which is the white collar set inside of a Catholic priest's black collar.
Yeah.
The gorget itself actually has a vicar inside of it. So he had that white bit of fabric showing, which is of course soaked with sweat and a bit of blood, and needs to be washed pretty bad. But yeah, you take off the gorget, and his holy symbol has like a small buckle on it that can be undone and placed around his neck, and he sort of reaches back and shows you the buckle, but he can't undo it himself, obviously, because of his gauntlets. And the gauntlets are attached buckle as well. Not buckle, but by bolt. It's all those wing nuts, and yeah, the whole thing comes apart in basically one chunk for the head, one chunk for the chest, and one chunk for the legs. That sort of like unfolds like a transformer. And the whole affair probably takes about, with this many assistants, probably about a round, because he's trying to help too, like rolling over at the appropriate times and whatnot.
Calamar, when he sees this as he's taking it off, he's like, well, your armor is very, very badly damaged. I don't know if it can be saved, but we can try. We can put it on our mounts, and we can take it back to a city, and we can always see. We can always see.
And when you remove the cuirass and gauntlets, you notice that his arms and shoulders are too swole to be naturally a part of his body. Like huge pipe-like veins in his arms, gigantic biceps, humongous triceps on his shoulders, just bulging through his skin, and Popeye-like forearms the size of footballs. And as you take off his gauntlets, his muscles shrink down to normal size.
Ah.
Magical armor.
At least the gauntlets are. Are the gauntlets as damaged as the rest of the
Ogre
armor?
strength.
No, they're not. It's just mainly the cuirass on the armor and like the leg coverings and arm coverings.
He says, well, your gauntlets, we'll put them right here, so that you can have them. I see that you use them all the time, and they're magical, so we're not going to take them away, but we'll put everything else on a mount.
Thank you. So hot. Oh, so thirsty.
I pull out my wineskin and give him more then. I give him the whole thing if he wants it.
He does. He drinks down the whole wineskin. And when he finishes, he says, "Thank you." And he sort of points over here at one of the barrels. And he says, "More."
Okay, so the next round we'll go over there and get more and come back, yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah, seriously.
Anything else from Calamar and Company?
Nope.
All right. His sweating seems to subside, after you get the armor off. And his clothing underneath is much more breathable. He is wearing riding boots, which are kind of stiff. They were underneath his sabatons or whatever. But the spurs come off with his sabatons, and he's just wearing the tunic and breeches underneath. And he sort of slips the holy symbol over his head. Okay, time now is 4:03 p.m. And first up is Asher and Company. Amber, are you there? Maybe you're muted.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
Okay.
Glow says, "My lady, I've just remembered that I have rations on me." And Ash just says, "Good job." And so she steps back into the room, and Karen Glor takes out one set of dry rations and hands it to Luther.
Okay. Luther takes his helmet or whatever and he takes the dry ration and sort of crumbles up the hardtack, like rock hard bread that was in it, and tears apart the jerky, and starts chewing on bits of it, and he looks at Calamar and sort of points into the helmet, and points at the wineskin, and then points into the helmet again.
I'm just gonna come around to Calamar and hold out his hand to take the wineskin.
Calamar hands him the wineskin.
He's gonna walk over to this barrel and attempt to fill it.
Okay. The barrel has been tapped, so it's elevated off the ground by like a pony keg underneath or something, slightly. So it's about 2 feet off the ground, and the tap turns freely, and the bung hole at the top of the barrel has been opened to let air in, so it just kind of goes glug, 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 and wine comes out of it freely.
So he is going to close it up and then return to Luther and hand him the wineskin.
Okay. And Luther gets this big smile on his face, and you can see that his sweating has almost stopped. And he kind of fumbles with the wineskin a little bit and pours it into his helmet and wets the hardtack, rock hard bread inside, and he starts scooping it out with his fingers, and he's like, so good, so hungry.
She says, maybe I should have mentioned we had a pot.
It's tradition, I guess.
Yeah.
And he sort of finishes off the hardtack, and eats maybe one more piece of jerky, and he says, "Oh, rest for now, please."
And Asher says, "Yes, we'll let you rest."
And he kind of nods. He nods and sort of lays back, clutching his helmet to his chest, and he starts snoring.
Asher waves at Jim and Karen Galore, and they all step outside the room.
Okay.
Asher says, we should tell the others about this. It's almost time to go, but obviously we can't just leave him here helpless. And Jim nods and says, yes, if he doesn't join us, maybe perhaps Varen can send him back to Enervia City where he can recover. And they're all going to head upstairs.
So he did have exhaustion. Now he just has fatigue, which is a 1. Same
movement should get him there.
All right, and you're heading up to the 3rd floor, correct?
Taking too much action to really jog, so that'll be the end of my movement.
Okay. All right. And why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Yay.
To get a drink, get a snack, use the restroom. I'm particularly thirsty.
Yeah, I'm going. See you in a minute.
Okay, and we'll be back in 5.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I was using the bathroom and I was, looking out the window out there, while I'm sitting there. There's nothing else to do. Look out, in the backyard. And we have a stool in our backyard. And there was Sarah sitting on top of the stool looking around. She is always, every minute of the day, so happy.
Yeah, I saw something on my backyard as well a couple of mornings ago. A very, very small baby rabbit that was going. It had to be maybe well, just beyond baby, but very, very small. Never seen that small rabbit.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Glad it wasn't here because it'd be dead. But yeah. We have 2 feral cats. There's nothing I can do.
Oh, I have a feral cat that likes my backyard for her resting place. I'm pretty sure that it's probably gonna be the meal for that one. In the end. I see that the cat in my backyard almost every day. It's just resting there for a moment. We have kind of an agreement. I don't disturb the cat, and the cat takes care of any kind of vermin.
Yep, that's pretty much the relationship that every person has ever had with a cat. Since the beginning of time. Yep, that's about it. Have you had him or her fixed? Where I live, my mother called the local group or whatever, and they came and they picked up the cats, they took them off, they got them fixed, and they came back and they released them. They always release them in the same place that they picked them up. But that's always good, less feral cats.
Yeah, true.
My mother says she loves to tell the story. There were like 4 of them there were 4 of them that they took, and when they brought them back, one tomcat said, "Hell no, I ain't never going back to that place again." And he boom. And this is somebody who was always around till the day he got taken away, and yep, he has never been back. Never. Nope. I don't like that. They cut my balls off. Nope. The neighbor took the female, and we've got the 2 males now.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay. Uh-oh. A little bit of lag.
Cat wants in. 1 second.
Okay, we have 6 player characters.
Whew.
For NPCs, we have Jim Caranglor, Anatar, On, Dean, Lazarus Moores, Onos Raymond, Illuvio, Boogie Will, Jezzy, Tirana, Dion, Anbu. That's 15. Hmm.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Mhm.
I need to delete some cookies, I think. Did anything pop up in your chat?
Nope.
That might be because I was trying to divide 0 by 0.
Yeah, don't do that. Computers really don't like when you do that.
Every time you divide by 0, it creates another black hole in the universe.
Mm.
I apologize for all the black holes I accidentally
Whoa.
created while learning to cook.
Well, I figure, there's a supermassive black hole at the center of every galaxy, so I figure we needed it,
Fun fact, apparently in a few billion years, we'll be merging with the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yes,
You'll-
we are.
We'll be long dead by the time that...
The Milky Way, who has been the neighborhood bully absorbing other little galaxies, is finally going to meet its match.
Yep.
We'll be long dead by the time... it
So
becomes
after that, we will have Milkomeda.
Whether we're dead or not, I don't know.
Or underway.
I
yeah,
mean,
we'll be long dead by the time that happens, so...
True.
well, we will be dead, but will the human race be dead by then? I don't
Most
know.
likely, but we'll see.
We
won't see, yeah.
I mean, we'll see, but
A
honestly...
few billion years is a very long time.
I mean,
Yeah.
very possible, because, after all, a few billion years is more time than recorded in human history. Totally,
Yeah.
we could very
Oh,
well,
yeah.
in fact, be dead.
Most
Yeah.
likely.
Wiped out.
The question mostly is going to be can we avoid destroying ourselves? That's the question. Or
That's
can we
always the
avoid? Or can we become multiplanetary, multi-system civilization before some cosmic little accident hits? Like, for example, gamma ray burst.
Yep. I love astronomy, and I always have ever since 3rd grade, but reading all this stuff about that can go wrong, it
yeah.
gives me some trouble going to sleep, I'll tell you. There ain't nothing we can do. Nope.
There are some interesting books. Like one book, there's kind of a time jump for a ship with a wormhole or so, and they end up to a point where Andromeda is just merging with the Milky Way.
And dungeon completion bonus.
Woo! Baby!
Beautiful.
Oof.
Probably the largest bonuses you'll find in my games are dungeon completion bonuses.
And Biatuzu.
Yeah, if you encounter two pit fiends at the same time, yeah. Which is very possible.
As we've seen.
But do note, you probably don't want that unless you are, like, ready for it. As remember, the use of spells or other options, most of us can't even touch them.
Well, you have one more in the party who can now. Gromnar has a +5
Yep.
trident now. So.
Romnar is a beast now.
Yep.
It's nominally less dangerous now,
Yeah.
which is very good.
I'm just curious because that bumped your hit chance by 5 or so.
Well, probably not 5 exact. I think Gromnar has, like, master or something with his weapons. So probably
Yeah.
not 5,
Okay.
but maybe
4.
2.
No, he's only proficient with the trident. His swords are his big specialization.
Yeah.
Uh,
Skaggith. Everybody say hi to
That's one-
Skaggith. Skaggith has,
so,
Skaggith is another D&D streamer. He is my brother from another mother. See, next up is Anatar, who is on the roof. And he says, so, Saris, what's your beef with the cult of Set?
Oh well. I don't like to see people treated in the way that they treat people, but I guess technically nothing. I was just sent to join this party by my teacher, and it's been a very interesting experience. Learned a lot, and
They sound like one smart cutter. Who is your teacher, if you don't mind me asking?
Adolf Golf.
Oh.
Gall. Adolf Gall.
I remember him. Yes.
Oh, you know him?
I met him in the dungeon of, the castle of,
Rommel?
Rommel. Yes. Rommel Castle, yeah. I believe I did. Yeah.
I was thinking that he did, yeah. It was one of his last places that he still hung out with us.
Oh, he's
Rather
He's-
interesting, Basher.
yeah, he's been very kind to me. But he isn't the most direct, let's say. He was kind of like, go here, and I was like, guess my training's done.
Well, I mean, all you ever really learn during your training as a wizard anyways is how to read magic and detect magic.
Yeah, I mean, you learn how to interact with the powers of the world that be in ways that others necessarily can't. And I come from a family of scholars anyway, so I'm used to sitting and reading and writing a lot.
Yes. Well, that's interesting, to say the least. Mm-hmm. And next is Varen and Company.
One hit point. Yeah.
For Anbu.
Yeah, one for Anbu, one for Onrust. But that's because he's applying his own nurse. And yeah, one hit point for Anbu.
Okay.
We are healing up Thulsa Doom for a second round with Conan.
Hopefully he doesn't need to repeatedly jump through walls of fire next battle.
Hey, he can handle it.
I mean, yeah, he can, but should he?
Probably not. I'm at this point where basically just oiling him up for his next fight like a gladiator.
Anything else for Varen and Company?
No, that's it.
Okay. Gromnar and Company. Still just sort of having a ride?
Yeah, he's riding around, and at one point he'll stop and begin to transfer his things from his newly acquired backpack back to the sacks, and then tie them to the hooks that I do believe were there for saddlebag.
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay. Saris and Company.
At some point, I will need a sheet for the lizard so that I know what's on it and what's not.
Yeah. 1 second. Go ahead, Saris.
Unless something else is happening, I'm gonna say Ceres is still inspecting the owl, the eagle. Anatar, how did you come by getting your hands on, or you're allying yourself with such a great specimen?
Well, have you heard of Elistar?
Right?
Have you heard of Elistar?
I don't know, have I?
Well, since you're from Gronar, we'll say yes, you have. I think anyone from Gronar, other than Gromnar, should know what Elistar is, but not necessarily where it is exactly.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you access to a handout for Elistar, and I'm going to show it to players right now. Elistar is one of the first places where elves settled in Solynod Hex. Geographically, it is the center of the known world as far as its inhabitants are concerned, along with the city-state of Gronar. So he goes on to mention King Thessalim Herendil. So he says, I did a favor for King Thessalim, and he awarded me with one of his eagles. His own personal eagle, actually.
Incredible. Haven't come across many birds so far in our adventures other than the cockatrice that I got the egg from. But I am interested in meeting more.
For the purposes of flying?
Flying would be nice, but I just love observing them. I I have a great specialization in avians,
Huh.
so
What attracted you to avians in particular?
I don't know. I think growing up kind of locked in a tower, learning to be a scribe and researcher. I spent a lot of time looking out the windows and seeing the birds fly, where I had to sit and study.
Hmm. So you envied their freedom.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a black sheep in my family. We're all technically mages, but we usually never set out on adventures.
Well, looks like you've broken the mold.
Yeah, they're not the most thrilled about it, but
This is one doozy of an adventure.
definitely.
And next up is Calamar and Company.
He's gonna just continue, getting. I'm sorry, it just started raining here and it's really thundering. He's going to basically continue and to watch over the guy who's injured, but he will say to Tirana after they've taken off all of his armor. He says, you might want to go downstairs to whoever is cooking. I think it's Dion, and tell him we got some peas and what did you say, split peas, and there's some other stuff that it might be good to add. We got a lot of it here. So Tirana departs.
And Luther's just chilling there on the cot, snoring.
And if no one else is in here, then he's going to stay here.
Okay.
Watch him until someone calls him, someone, has something for him to do. Well, he sees it, we were ready to leave, but now that we found this guy who's pitiful, I figure that we're not leaving until tomorrow. That's what I figure.
Plus, it is the end of the day anyways.
Yeah. Well, if it's the end of the day, then we might want to stay like a day. To get back to himself.
Gromnar would not mind the opportunity to rest and be healed. He's about 50%. Not that he's around to discuss this with Calamar, but
The way Calamar sees it is, we're not in any hurry, and this guy's really hurt.
And I'm lagging again, trying to delete my cookies.
But anyway, Tirana is going down, and we'll go out and we'll tell Dion about the stuff. In fact, she'll take a bag of peas with her when she goes out.
Okay, you come up right past Asher.
Toronto does? Okay. Okay, I'm not there. I'm going down, I thought.
That's up.
Oh, I wanted to go down. I'm stupid. I can't tell whether these stairs are going up or down. I'm sorry. But she's trying to go outside.
Counterclockwise in this tower is up.
Okay. She's trying to go outside and just give them the green peas or whatever to Dion.
Green beans? Awesome.
They're dried
Well, they're
peas.
peas, yeah.
Oh, peas. So, well, that you can still make something out of it. We get a pea soup with lizard.
Yeah, well, it really makes a nice texture. Yeah, I really like it.
Now, if you could get some more root vegetables for this, like carrots or either rutabagas would be very nice. Maybe a little with potato. And then many hours, like when we make camp, we'll make it in the night, and then in the morning it has simmered, and it is to, well, not to die for, but it is good.
Jesse will go with Toronto outside, too. When she comes through, she'll like, oh, okay, weed! Float, 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 float.
Okay.
If we had an extra day where we're going to be just kicking and laying around, then, you know, that could really give a chance to do spells and, you know, stuff like that. To copy and stuff. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Or I don't know what's unidentified, but
the only thing in the party that I'm aware of that is not identified is Varen's mage killer sword.
okay.
And that's the reason why he never got experience for it, is because it was never identified.
Wasn't there one that that two people failed on? There was one I failed on.
The medium shield. Sorry, the script.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it sounded really good at first.
It looks like also the suit of plate mail with dim magic. The three things.
All right, come here.
And yes, you did hear that correctly, Saris. It is the squared shield of invulnerability times 2.
So it's gonna be awesome. No, we debunked it.
It's not the. It was for a very short time. It was that, but then somebody said no.
They're pretty good.
They couldn't identify it, but they could say, well, that's not what it is. But after she comes out and gives them the thing, that's all I have to do. She's wandering around. And it's the end of my turn as soon as I move over there. When I find them, I that well.
Okay, so finally, Tirana and Jezzy get out the front door of the tower. And I'm pasting their tokens right now. Okay, and they're right here.
Okay, so they're going to go over to Dion, and she's going to say, "Hey, we found a room that has some stuff in it, like peas. Here's
A pantry?
peas."
A pantry?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And she went, "It definitely has some wine, y'all. I think we ought to. I think this calls for a celebration, and we need to drink all that wine."
I agree. Now it's time for the real raid. Pantry raid.
Yeah.
Pantry raid.
Ha 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 ha. But yep, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Question for Asher.
Yes.
Did you include the platinum from the treasure hoard outside? Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Party! Yeah! Says Trana.
Alright. So anything else from Calamar and Company?
Nope. That's it.
Alright. So time now is 4:04 p.m. February the 3rd. Next up is Asher and Company.
It's doing something. Okay, so Asher says to him, "It looks like we're gonna still be here a little while. I can no longer see. Which map are we on? In the outside? Oh, thank you. Asher says to Jim, "It looks like we're gonna be here a while. You've managed to memorize some of your spells. Maybe you could go and look around and see what people need help because thing. So we are going to." He said, "I was upstairs earlier and it looked like Anbu was hurt, but the Ashers were taking care of them. So I'll head down and see if anybody down there needs help." And Asher says, "Okay." So is going to 5 squares. He's going back down to the lower level.
Okay. Whoops. There you go.
Yeah. Just ask Calamar. Calamar, you feeling okay or need help?
Oh, I only have a scratch on my arm. You definitely need to go heal that rest of them. That's fine. That's fine. I'll be
Cool.
fine.
At 17, he's on the next level down.
Okay. Ground floor.
Actually, kind of expecting to see Gromnar down here, but I just missing him, or is he not here?
He's not in here. You can hear the sounds of one of the giant lizards outside. They make this weird sound when they run.
At 32, he'll be outside.
Okay.
If you want, I can go ahead and take Asher and Karaglor's movement while we're still inside.
Yeah, go ahead.
Two, they'll be on the next level up.
Okay. So they come out at the 4th floor.
And Asher says, hey, we found this guy, and he's, comes up, she says, hey, we found this guy. It was somebody, Jim knew, and, he's really hurt, and so we're, like, nursing him back to health, and he's a cleric, and, you know, times.
Maybe he can help help our druid.
I don't know. We weren't able to get much into it. Yeah, it's pretty beat up. He needs at least a day of rest. Jim's intended to him, but he just needs some good old fashioned R&R. Once he gets some rest, I'm sure we can, you know, ask him questions like that. I just thought I'd let you guys know we've got this cleric. Oh, I was gonna say wandering around, but he's not doing much wandering. He's really beat up. And she says, hey, where's Anatar?
Yeah, baby. She knows what's up.
Is Brian Jarrett on the turn order tracker?
Unless you read it, the turn order quickly, probably not. Let me put myself there. I'm not.
Nobody answers her about him, so she kind of shrugs and walks off for the balcony.
Walks off the balcony.
Ooh. Walks toward the east balcony. And that's almost the end of her movement, so I'll just say that when she gets to the balcony, that's where she'll end. And Karen Glor just comes up and he says, is Dean up here? There he is. He says to Dean, he says, also, we found many camels. You're welcome to ride Frumpy if you've developed a bond, but if you want your own camel, there's plenty here.
Well, if you got more camels, I'd appreciate it. Frump is a nice camel, but you shouldn't ride another man's horse longer than you have to.
Karen Glor kind of gestures over at these camels to his right. He's like, "Yep, we got plenty."
Indeed, we do.
That'll be it.
Okay, I'm trying to put Brian Jarrett right after Asher.
I must have missed the reroll when I had to go to the toilet.
I see Brian drew it on the list.
Well, I rerolled right now.
Huh.
I think I started getting put out Forgotten already on a bit earlier, because I think there were a couple of rounds that I didn't act at all. I was wondering what happened, but... Did not want to interrupt the game.
Part of the game, man. Interrupt.
Well, the good story stuff was going on, so...
Okay. Next up is Brian Druid.
Alright. Well... I better go and find out, was this the room going down here? So let me put myself to do proper movement.
So clockwise is down, counterclockwise is up.
Okay, I want to see what's in there, the door. I'm still trying to figure that out. Unless a lot of people just went past me back. So you can transition me to next map. Oh, that's the door. Are there people still here, or have they all left?
There's a man on a cot, and Calamar is standing over him. He is not wearing armor at this time. He has wounds all over his body. And it looks like he's been sweating and crying, actually, because his clothes are damp.
Well, I asked Calamar, was he a prisoner?
Yes, we came in and he was chained up in his armor and he was unconscious and Jin came in and got him back awake and I thank him for that. But we took off his armor, but oh my God, you can see how beat up he is. He needs to stay here at least another day, don't you think? I think so. Maybe 2 days, maybe 3. I don't know.
His priestly tonsure obviously requires him to have a shorn head because his head is razor bald. Otherwise, his hair is black. You can tell by his eyebrows, and he has steely blue eyes. He looks like he's approximately 22 years of age.
Pretty young.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rendrid. Who are you?
He rouses from stupor, and he blinks his eyes and says, "A gold dragon?"
That's Brian Druid. He's a friend of ours.
Oh my! Did you speak to me?
Yes,
You talk.
of course.
That's amazing. You know, the place where I come from, Inervia City, we have a myth about an ancient worm, a gold worm named Balasar.
Balazar the Bold, yes.
Oh, you've heard that myth.
Yes, he's kind of my dad.
Balasar the Bold is your father?
Yeah.
Yes. Bit absent, but yes.
That's quite extraordinary.
When we were there, when we were in Nervia City, and we met the king and everything, and he gave me, the land for my tower.
The tower stuff, I knew
him.
You met Landrick?
Brian Druid City.
You met Landrick? King Landrick?
It was very comfortable. I just flew to take a look at that after King gave me access, and I fell asleep there. So comfortable.
Where?
On top of the towers.
Oh, the bridge. Between them.
Yes. Yeah, the twin towers.
The White Towers?
Were they white? I believe they were. I understand that my father used to sleep there.
Legend has it that Balasar himself slept on that bridge. Between the White Towers.
I believe that is true. You could see some imprints of coins on the floor in there, so that must be the weight of my father which pressed them down enough to leave a mark.
Oh, yes. They say his great belly wore a divot into the stones of the bridge. What brings you to fight against the powers of Set?
The druid came to ask help from our party, and he agreed to help.
A
It
druid.
was the right thing to do.
Interesting. I've not met this druid. Why?
On got gravely hurt when we first ran into this cabal. There was a vampire who leached his life. We have been trying to help him.
But why would a druid want to fight against Set? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, he sent us to go do ring the bell and take the whole thing back to wherever it was. I cannot remember now. I have a stroke brain. Yeah, I have a stroke brain, but I tell him briefly the whole thing. And I said, yeah, that's what he was doing. He just happened to be with us and happened to get, he might have, the vampire ate some of his soul and stuff. I hate that. We really do.
You said something about a bell, and I don't understand.
On can probably explain it the best. There is this temple that we visited earlier, which is in Underdark, or down below, and in order to move it where it's supposed to be, there's this artifact, the bell, that can dislocate it back to its original location.
Oh. Wait. You're talking about the Bell of Ultimate Balance?
That could be.
That sounds about right, maybe.
Yes.
I don't know.
The one that comes from, Mechanus. Nirvana.
I do not know the history of the bell, but that would fit the description.
The one which is said to be protected by, Maroots?
Calvin looks down and goes, I guess, I don't know. I mean, the guy said that he needed us, and so he came.
Interesting. What would a druid want with the Bell of Ultimate Balance? It was said to have been lost in this desert long ago.
Well, it seems that a druid would want to be a bell of perfect balance because, you know, aren't they? Isn't that what they seek?
No,
they
not a bell of perfect balance. A bell of ultimate balance. Are you familiar with Mechanus?
No,
but
I'm
I'm
really
eager to
not.
hear.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that much stuff from up here on the surface.
Oh, well, it's not here, per se. How about, have you ever heard of Nirvana?
I have not.
Have I ever heard of Nirvana? I don't think so.
No. Well, Mechanus, or Nirvana, as some call it, it's a place. Similar to heaven or hell is a place. It's a spiritual realm of ultimate balance. Perfect unison, you know, ultimate order. They say that it's a large machine of sorts, like made of clockwork, and it's well, the bell of ultimate balance once a day is supposed to ring there, but it was taken long ago in a war or something, and well, they say it was lost here in the desert.
Or stolen.
Well, he seems to know where he's going. He's leading us, you know, to a certain place. So maybe he knows, or maybe he's heard rumors.
Yeah, they say that the bell of ultimate balance has the power to change reality in ways that.
Well, I think that's what we would need to transport that massive structure to its right location.
I wonder.
I don't want necessarily for reality to be changed. I like it the way it is now.
What?
Has
And then Brinder says, what
Oh.
if the reality should have been the way
yes,
it was and not transferred it to here, to elsewhere?
exactly. Yes.
So restore the balance.
What if? Yes, that makes sense. That the druid should want to restore the balance by changing reality back to the way it once was. But what changed in our reality? Did this druid mention anything?
He didn't mention it, but we have been on that location, and it was not a pleasurable experience. There were mind flayers, there was mind flayer god, avatar,
My mom
and
was there. We had to
Uh,
kill
the Elder
her.
Brain.
What? I'm sorry. I fail to understand what was so special about this location.
It was underground. It was clearly a sun temple buried underground.
Sun Temple underground.
Originally, it had all the warm colors. Nothing screamed that it should have been in the dark.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're saying a temple of Ushas underground?
Yes, Temple of Ushas. We found it.
Then that means the bell must have been used to move it underground.
That must be true.
Well, who would do that?
Who would benefit from it?
That's a
Sick.
good
The
question.
temples of Usha have a
Set would
enemy.
benefit from it.
That
no
makes
wonder.
perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
Set's people must have the bell.
Well, this sounds like quite an adventure. I'm surprised Ushas's forces are not involved. Have you heard anything from Anyone on the side of Ushas?
Well, I mean, we have Varen. Varen's from, and his followers. They're, aren't you followers of Rishas Varen?
Oh yeah, the Ashur, like these Ashur specifically, are in fact adherents of Ushas.
Yeah.
Varen.
Well,
Varen. Who's that?
We have he is the Asura leader that we have with him. He has even a troops with.
Did you
He's
say?
the leader
Very
of the-
powerful.
Did you say an Asherus?
Yes,
You have an Asherus here
yes,
Yes, of course.
in this realm.
yes.
Yeah.
And we have Anatar. I don't know exactly what Anatar is, but Angel.
Oh my! I must meet these people. This is fascinating. I've never met a celestial being in my life.
Well, if you want to say hi to Varen, then just Varen! Varen!
Hey, Calmarch is shouting that upstairs.
And next up is Anatar. Back on the tower.
Ah,
rooftop.
yes.
Yeah, you know, if he finds all this so amazing, wait until he meets an ogre that doesn't try to kill him. And
Well, you know, he's taken it pretty well. He was, you know, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a drow, and he didn't try to, you know, go so, you know, he might be able to handle it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we are easing him in. We are going from a drow to dragon to angels.
And then Gromnar.
He didn't seem at all surprised by the drow at all.
And I'm just a dude.
Well, I'm glad that he didn't seem very surprised, because there are, you know, some people like me who think that the drow are bad, okay? They're bad. People are finally beginning to realize that we are, you know, we're out there.
Well, mate, it would seem that Arahil is well groomed now. I was about to head down the ladder to Cirrus. And I suppose to some extent, Raymond and Lazarus.
Yeah, I should head down and see what the rest of the party is doing.
Are we going to leave anytime soon?
I don't know. We'll see what the party found. A prisoner that they rescued that seems to be a saint of some kind.
Oh, a saint. I've never met a saint before.
Neither have I don't think.
How interesting.
But he may take another day or so to heal, so we may be leaving. Probably won't be leaving today, since it's almost night.
Yes, it is getting late. It's almost dinner time.
We have someone who always loves to cook meals. I'm sure a good meal's come.
Yeah. Jan is preparing to raid the pantry.
Hell yeah.
Pantry raid.
I don't know, last people we saw eating in this place was eating people, so...
Yeah, I'm not talking about if that stuff is not going to go. That is blasphemy for him.
That was they like that better than the food they have in the pantry. Gotta figure. It's kind of like if you have some dried beans or you have a steak, what are you going to eat?
Both.
Yeah, really.
uh, so, here I go, mate. And he just sort of slides down the ladder.
Just a heads up, Josh. I just heard the storm picking up and thunderbolts. Last time this happened,
You lost internet?
power died.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just a heads up.
Okay.
In case I suddenly disappear, you might know why.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Varen's Orison, Onron's Orison, and we have Varen and Company.
Yeah, I suppose Varen heard Calamar call for him.
I shouted.
Okay, then I'll just let the Orison drop.
Well,
And-
technically, right now, because you've already cast a spell, it's a spell-like ability, so you can
Oh.
actually use it and move.
Oh, yeah, one more hit point for Anbu. And then you guys were downstairs, right?
Yep.
Give everyone to start walking down.
All right.
Did you want?
I wanted you to meet this guy.
I'll be down in a moment. And which guy is this?
The guy who was the wounded guy. What was his name again?
There.
Uther.
Luther. Yeah, I just keep walking.
What the hell?
Yeah, so like down further, like behind the trap door, or what?
This door looks like it's been kicked down. On the other side is some cots and some rucksacks that have been rummaged through. And it looks like the further way down is these stairs right over here.
I have exactly one square left. You know, increased combat movement.
Okay. And you reach this floor, and it looks like there is a door here which is opened.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear Calamar calling for you from inside of it.
All right.
And anything else from Varen and Company?
Yeah. Dean's gonna try and mount one of the unclaimed camels. You can move over, and there are 2 camels unclaimed. Sure, I'll just go for this one then.
Yeah. What do you want to name it?
Let's see, something a dwarf would name it.
Oh. You want to roll a random dwarf name?
Sounds good.
Go ahead and click on Dean. And at the top of the screen, there should be a macro called character creation.
Yep, there it is. Alright, clicked on it and...
Okay, now click on height, weight, age, and just hit enter.
Highway age, click what? Oh yeah, for the appropriate. What sex is the camel?
It is male.
Okay, Hill Dwarf male name.
It's argumentative but frequently level-headed.
It's a town. It is a town.
Okay, and then you can see dwarf male. It says dwarves M. Just click on M, and it'll roll a random male dwarf name.
Boffbor.
Boffbor!
Whee!
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. We have a wiener.
Alright. Name my camel. Alright, gonna call you Boffbor.
Okay, riding camel.
Mm-hmm. Riding camel.
Okay,
Not a pack camel. Riding.
choose side. Oh, okay. Yeah. Edit. Duplicate. Okay. Boffbor. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, edit. Buff for the riding camel. Wow, I'm really lagging. I think I'm just gonna shut the music off. I think that might be what's doing it. Weird. The music is still playing. Okay.
There you go. That's what screwed up.
Varen's journal. And edit control by Varen.
Boffbor the camel. Who is by his nature an ornery camel that spits at people that upset him.
Okay. And
The testiest of camel.
Buff boar. The riding camel. HP. Bases. AC. AC. Perfect. Perfect. Save changes. Roll HP. Not the healthiest of camels. But he is fast. And okay, delete the old token. Save the new one. Come on. And save changes. Alright, boom, you got a riding camel. Boom, buff boar.
Yeah, alright, buff boar in the battle. Oh, I will until he dies. Because he ain't the toughest camel.
Alright.
But buff boar's got attitude, and I like that.
Buff boar, riding camel. Okay, so you mount the camel and anything else for Varen and Company?
That's it for now.
Okay.
Dean acquires camel.
Woo!
A buff boar has joined the party. Da, 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 da. Alright, next up is Gromnar. Still riding around or no? Oh yeah, you wanted a character sheet for the giant lizard, right?
He dropped from Discord, but I figure that he does, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He might be in the same thing that that Varen and I are in with all the thunder and stuff, and might have dropped him that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Able to.
Pardon? Pardon?
So it looks like he's off the tabletop as well.
Yeah, I think that it probably means that his computer is rebooted, or that they don't have
Power or internet, yeah.
power, or it could be that his router's rebooting, whatever. But yeah.
Man. Why is there so much lag? And
It's one of them laggy.
I don't think it's on my end, because... Well, yeah, it is. I don't understand where this lag is coming from, though, because I'm monitoring everything on
Might be a problem on Roll20's end.
my task manager. No, it's on my end. Let's see if that helped. Kind of.
I have a question. It's a stupid question that's totally irrelevant, but if you have silver arrows, and you need to hit something that requires a magic item, does it hit or not hit?
Depends on whether they're susceptible to silver or not.
If they're susceptible to silver, then it hits.
If and only if, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so you ate one lizard, took one as rock, and then Paul has the other. So I'm going to go to the one that Paul has. And he's not here to name it. So I'll have to do this next time he's here. I didn't think of that. Man, come on. It's so weird because, like on my task manager, there's nothing lagging. All my processing percentages are really low. Like everything's functioning top notch.
It probably is roll 20 then.
I don't understand how it could be though, because, well, let's try. Hopefully this doesn't mess with my voice changer. Okay, let's see how things are running now. It's a little better. A little better. All right. So I guess we'll have Gromnar's turn whenever he pops in. Okay, next is Cirrus and Company.
Cirrus
Lag
is
is
gonna
back.
climb down the ladder so you can just move him to the inner layer to inside.
Okay, superstars. Cirrus. Cirrus. Okay. One Cirrus appears.
Yeah. Cirrus is gonna walk over to Mouse. And did no one claim this other camel here?
No.
And can Cirrus take that camel? Have
Yeah.
that camel?
Okay.
Who ride animal? Not the moment.
Okay. Edit. And duplicate. Cancel. What do you want to name it?
Dog 2.
Any real names you want to name it?
Have you seen me give real names to any of my animals?
Let's see.
Unless you want me to give it a real name, I can.
So DAWG space II. Dog the second. In players' journals. Cirrus. Okay, and then yeah, save changes. Come on, close. There we go. All right. Dog. Dog 2. Okay. HP. Bases. AC. Save. Okay. What the fuck? I am lagging super hard. Wow, I'm just trying to select my select move tool, and it's... I think it's finally going to freeze. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to open a new VTT window. Yeah, let's shut down this Google Chrome. Bam. Wow. I'm on my desktop and it's still lagging. Probably just trying to shut down that session of Google Chrome.
Google Chrome. That's why I use Fire.
Hell yeah.
So I'd say for stream Firefox, that's sponsor this stream, unfortunately.
You just need to have enough RAM that nothing that you're gonna do matters.
Yeah, I could probably use some more RAM.
RAM is the number one thing that you can do to increase your speed and make your performance so much better. So
Well, I could have a better graphics card too. My GPU is nonsense.
yeah, and I promise when the pandemic is over, I will go up and find that card.
My CPU is pretty awesome though.
That's what counts.
But no, for this you gotta have a good GPU.
But seeing as how I haven't left the house in like 4 or 5 months, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nick.
There's this thing, burning thing in the sky called a sun. I've never seen it before, but it sounds wonderful.
It's
Yeah,
named,
I started having to take some vitamin D because I'm not I'm not out there at all.
All right, guys.
its name is Varen.
Aww.
I don't know. It seems to me like it's more CPU based. Because my GPU's using 8%. But I might just have a really good... I have a good GPU. And my CPU gets pretty heavy. Is pretty heavy with all the stuff in your games.
I have a pretty awesome CPU, and mine's running at 32%.
What's your GPU running at?
Is that after network?
It's the very bottom of the list.
My list goes from side to side on my task manager. I don't.
Oh, it's usually after Ethernet.
Mine goes CPU, memory, disk, network. That's it.
Yeah, it's usually at the end, like the last thing.
That's
No matter.
all there is. CPU, memory, disk, network.
Oh, do you have a dedicated GPU?
I don't know. You're talking about on the task manager, right?
In your computer?
Oh, in the my computer file or app or whatever.
No, in the physical computer, do you have a dedicated GPU card?
I'm pretty sure. Don't you have to have a GPU to run anything that has
No.
graphics? No.
No. Intel CPUs come with the GPU.
Oh, well, that might be what I'm using then, because it's an Intel Core 3770. So I might not have a dedicated GPU.
Yeah. But your CPU should be fine from what... It's not your CPU issue. If it's not spiking really high.
It doesn't anymore, and I still lag.
Hmm.
Okay. Is Paul back? Paul, are you there?
He's still not listed in Discord.
Okay. I can finish doing that camel for Cirrus.
You can also do that between sessions.
What the hell? That shouldn't be possible. There we go. Okay. Not the healthiest camel, but it'll do.
Got burnt to a crisp.
Alright, everything is responding much faster now that I have refreshed my session of the virtual tabletop. Alright. Next up is Calamar and Company.
Calamar, well, no, not Calamar, Rock. Rock! Turns around and... Rock! And he walks over somewhere near Dean, and he looks up at Dean and goes, Rock! Miguel goes,
Oh, Dean, this is my lizard Rock. I think he wants healing and he knows that you can do it. So I think he's asking for healing.
James, you there?
Dean.
Yep. He looks at the lizard.
Rock!
Great name the animals are sassing you without healing.
I don't think he's sassing you. I think he's being I think he's a smart damn lizard. He saw you could heal and he went, I know what I want. Yeah, dog.
Now, you know, most places, healing's a privilege. Y'all just take it for granted.
Rock! Rock!
Anything else from Calamar and Company?
He's going to be in the basement not in the basement, in the whatever floor he is.
Second.
Just the second floor. Just, wiping Luther off and, everything. He's just, this situation is really he takes it very, very seriously. Let's take it that way. But, no, everyone else I'm pretty pleased with.
It's a pretty sad day when a bishop is all beat up and in a coma in a tower of set. Okay.
Well, it's a sad day when you find anyone locked up and chained up.
Yeah.
He does not like that at all.
Yeah.
At all. It's enough to make him cry. Yeah.
I mean, hey, where else are you gonna put your rations? But in the closet.
Yeah. You think that this might be left over from Calamar's being locked in a closet all his childhood? So it's there.
That's a Calamar was a star of a mediocre R. Kelly song.
Okay. Anything else from Calamar and Company?
Not a thing.
Okay, 4:05 p.m. Next up is Asher and Company.
So Asher is going to. Oh. Asher hears Antar come down the ladder, and she's going to his way and say, "Hey, we've got all of our affairs in order. I wanted to talk some business with you. I can see that you are powerful and worthy ally, and I hope that you will join us. Specifically, I hope that you might join my group, and I would share in the head kraken with you, but also I would share with the treasure and the magic items." And she kind of counts out hold on, let me make sure that I have this amount right. She counts out 23 platinum and looks kind of sheepishly at him as she holds it out. She's like, "I'm sorry, I've been buying a boat. I'm a little light, but it's usually better than this." And she hands it to him, and she said, This is just a goodwill offering, whether you join us or not. But I want to show, I want to show what you could expect if you joined us."
Oh.
Come on now, we know. Come on, woo!
Oh boy.
Grey Elves.
Oh, Grey Elves have penalties.
To non-elves.
3.
It's -3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, but he's not a non-elf. He's an elf. Can't you see? Look at him.
No, he's definitely not an elf.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Don't attack me, please. Don't attack me.
Come on, Asher.
He looks at you, and he takes your hand, with the 23 platinum, and he opens up his belt pouch, and he brings your hand right over his belt pouch and turns it upside down to dump the coins into his belt pouch, and he says, "Of course I'll join you. I've been waiting for an entire day for you to ask."
Asher winks at him and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
And Asher's harem expands.
Asher's man harem. Okay.
Yeah, she is. Little does she know how well she has picked him, baby. Woo, dog.
I have the suspicion. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to wait until we divided the treasure so that I could give him some kind of bribe, even if it was a pittance.
You should have asked Calamar for some, because he would have given it to you. He would have given you a gem, at least.
Yep, Anatar is pretty dope.
He is dope.
Oh my god, I'm so excited!
You should be, girl. Go on now. High five! Woo!
Let's see.
Yep, but now she has 2 boyfriends. Well, elves only need to sleep for 4 hours a night anyway.
Nothing can go wrong here.
I'm pretty sure Anatar is fine with her having 2 boyfriends. So it's just Jim or whatever.
Yep, feel bad for Jim.
Let's see.
I'm so excited for you, Asher. I am so thrilled. You know, oh, he's so fun.
Glad you're able to pull it off.
Hell yeah.
As I mean, I wanted to, but I held back because, well, I got enough firepower as it is.
That was extremely gracious of you, and I thank you. Well, like, one of the things that I've been wishing for quite a while is that I had, like, a damage dealer under my control, and this will be awesome.
Yes, he will.
Yeah. Yep, definitely.
I'm just kind of hoping we can find...
biggest new cannon in the party.
I'm just hoping we could find, like, another wizard, or something we could find, like, another wizard at some point. Because I could use some, like, arcane power. Alright, we'll see.
I accidentally rebooted my roll 20. So sorry.
Okay.
Shows you on the tabletop.
Save changes and show to players. Bam. Oh, I need to change the.
Yay!
It's no longer Christos Despotakis.
It's a cool name, though.
Yeah.
He is a cool guy.
Yeah.
And you know, it is Greek. His name is as Greek as Greekity Greek. Greek.
Yeah. Christos Despotakis. That was the player who created Anatar for our viewers. Okay. Anything else for Asher and Company?
If Paul comes back, I want to but other than that, I'm good.
Say again.
If Paul comes back before the end of the turn, I want to take Jim's turn because I want to heal him.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I'm good.
Okay. Next up is Brian Druid and Company.
I will be. What?
Oh yeah.
I will be. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, we had the discussion ongoing, and he's learning a lot, so he's gonna stay with our rescue in here, and you. So how did, because he didn't hear the story, how did you end up in here, the prisoner? It must have been horrible. I saw what they had done to people out there.
Oh, it was terrible. The Konyagon surrounded us by a wall of fire and flew into our midst and had this.
Oh, Gorgon is the
whip.
guy that Gromnar had a wrestling match with.
Oh, who's Gromnar?
Oh, they are our ogre friend.
Oh, an ogre.
Yes.
My best friend's a minotaur.
Oh, how cool!
Gargamond?
We met a minotaur. Oh no, we didn't meet him though.
Gargamond? Perhaps you've heard of him.
Have I?
Have we heard of him?
Yeah. I probably haven't.
Let's see. Does anyone have access?
I don't think I
to-
have, yeah.
Let's see. Edit. Nope, no one's heard of him.
I'm sorry, but I have not heard the name.
Oh, he's my Minotaur friend. He and I began adventuring together back a few years back when I was 18. We defeated Queen Bee out near the village of my hometown of Southport, and the hive was this great multi-level beehive. It was so big, and we were stung many times by the bees, but my cure spells and healer's bag kept us alive. We were able to defeat the queen bee, and we were fast friends ever since. That was our first adventure together.
That sounds great.
Yes.
I look to hear her story, the full story of that at some point.
Oh, well, later, Gargamond discovered the Yanis elves were warring with the humans over, the humans of Inovia City, that is, over a mithril silver mine in the forest north of Yanis Forest. Apparently some human adventurers slew the knuckle-crack goblins who once occupied the mine, and the mine was contested by both the humans and the elves. The humans claimed the mine in the name of the adventurers, and the elves claimed the mine in the name of the forest creatures, and so the mithril war ensued.
Knucklecrack, that's how I came up from the Underdark. I didn't see humans or elves there.
Oh yes, well it's been occupied by new family of goblins for quite some time now. Gulch is their new king. Have you heard of him? The Red Goblin?
It has been so long, I don't remember, but I think I have, yeah. It's been a while since we did that story.
Yes. Knucklecrack is a goblin lair in Inervia Forest. It was once populated by green goblins who enslaved humans, elves, and dwarves, but is now occupied by a family of red goblins. Gulch, the red goblin, has taken the green females as his concubines, and has now bred a new generation of red goblins there. And they are allied with Landric. So that's good. But here I am babbling on. I really should get some rest. Have you heard of the Mithril War?
Mithril Wall? I have not.
Yes.
Of course I have.
The Mithril War began in the spring of the second year of the 5th Eon. So that was, almost 9 years ago now. When the saviors of Inervia City returned to Inervia City after escaping and subduing the goblins of Knucklecrack. The elves of Yanis quickly moved in on Knucklecrack as it was no longer guarded. After several weeks of correspondence between King Landric of Enervia City and Queen Rhaena Yanis of the Yanis Forest High Elves, the two monarchs went to war over the vein of mithril hidden deep within. The war raged on for over 7 years, until not long after the Treaty of Farzaklod was signed. Have you heard of Farzaklod?
I have not.
I
Well,
have.
Farzaklod is situated on the mountain road to Duragard from the human-settled plains to the west. Situated on the mountain road to Duragard from the human-settled plains to the west, Farzaklod is a mountain dwarvish monastery dedicated to Baron R. Truesilver by none other than Thrashim Mai.
Woohoo, yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of him.
Oh, Thrashim! Oh, I do love him. He used to be in our party. We used to travel with him. At least we did, until, we didn't.
I think everybody should have heard of him. Let's see. Yep, all players. A famous adventurer. So you see, my friend Gargamond, along with the circus, were instrumental in signing the Treaty of Farzaklod and ending the Mithril War.
Well, we're not called the circus anymore, because he left and he took all his animals with him. We're called the Superstars, but...
Wait.
But yes.
You were members of the circus?
Well, yeah.
Oh, my. Where are, Thrashim and Savannah?
Well, they had to take off. They had something... I don't remember exactly what it was, so I'm going to pretend that I do, and I tell it to him, but I don't remember.
Oh, they retired. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you renamed the group to, what was it?
The Superstars.
How interesting. The Superstars. Fitting. Very fitting. I can tell that you are superstars.
Every time the name Superstars is said, you can hear somebody groaning.
Well, I mean, it's better than the circus, right?
Yeah, it's better than the circus. We don't have all the animals and stuff.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah,
well,
that
we
was...
can be called the circus again.
That was back when Thrashim, he used animal friendship all the time, and they had like 4 giant eagles, 3 giant owls, a grizzly bear, a bunch of like horses and mules, and an elephant, and a whole bunch of stuff. It was pretty insane. And they were all attached to Thrashim. And his one of his henchmen, who also had animal friendship, access to animal friendship. Okay. Anything else from Brian Jurid and company? Any other questions?
No,
So,
that's it.
hopefully I answered your questions. I should probably get some sleep. And next up is On. So, this is my share of the gold? Or is this everyone's gold together?
I'm working on it as a.
Serious?
I mean, you're talking about
I think the shares were split up already, right?
Oh. What
So
was my
that's
share?
your share.
How much?
Oh,
62 platinum,
1 second. 'Cause
3.
after that, I also put in second amount
Oh yeah,
for barbarians.
75 platinum, 398 gold, 1 silver, and 1 copper.
This will help very much. I must hire some sort of priest in order to restore my levels. Life. Power. My
Power.
life power.
Well, don't you have to fight your way? You have to earn. You have to re-earn the ranks by replacing people.
Not if
Don't
I.
you?
No? They have not found out yet. How would they know? The festival has not come along either.
Yeah.
There is a slight lag on the process. Okay, let's take it.
Anyway.
It's sneaky. I like it.
Anyway. Is this good money for this or not? Do you know? Do you keep this gold often? Serious.
It's a good amount of money, yeah.
Hmm.
I'd, you know, hold on to it.
It is
Keep
not
out.
It is not
What?
often I must accumulate treasure. But this time I will because I miss my life levels very much.
Yeah, you have a goal for it.
Yes, perhaps.
Sometimes you need to take money to get done what needs to get done.
Okay. Okay. And next up is Anatar.
He doesn't have
Oh,
his own
he doesn't
thing,
have
does
a
he?
turn anymore. That's right. Biam.
Sweet.
Varen's Orison.
He has joined Asher's Lodge. At the very least, there's no body glitter and cheap oil.
Yes.
Oh, don't give me inspiration.
Okay. Varen and Company.
And Baron is still walking down some stairs. As soon as I can find the section. Ah, here he is. He shall head down and into the room.
Okay.
Anatar just sleeping next to the pile of pee. Puddle of pee.
Yeah, when Baron walks in, he says, "You called for me, Kalmar."
Oh. Mm.
Yeah,
Oh.
because our friend here wants to meet you.
Oh my.
Teddy did anyway.
A celestial. We're in the presence of greatness. Should I bow? Well,
Don't.
Well,
I can't move really. Sorry.
Baron shakes his head. Please don't do that. Well, I do have some rank. It's not worth bowing over.
Are you the leader of this group?
The
Calamar waits, very interested in what you're going to say.
do I lead the Ashura host within this area? I do. In regards to the superstars as a whole, he kind of groans after he says that. I still hate the name. It is a bit of a complicated question in that regard.
Good answer.
Kalmar and I are the most senior members of the group, so we tend to have a bit more influence.
I see.
But not enough to say that, well, I can tell them to jump and they'll ask how high. More of a pillar, really, than a boss. If that makes sense.
You represent Ushas's force in this struggle against Set's power, do you?
I do, I do, at least of the ones I'm aware of.
And you're looking for the Bell of Ultimate Balance? Is that correct? To restore reality to what it once was. Before the Sun Temple was in the Great Below?
Josh, was I told to find that bell while I was upstairs?
No. Ushas, only told you that this, adventure was important. Oh, you're talking about upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, I was banished there for 24 hours.
No, your commander just said continue your mission, and she sent you back here. It is a female, right? What's her name?
Evangeline.
Yeah, Evangeline. Yeah.
Very respond. I was not told about this bell of yours. Although if you could inform me to its purpose and function, I would appreciate it. I was told to, well, continue my mission down here as a...
Huh. Well, it's strange that you should have to decipher your mission halfway through it, but from what I understand, somehow Set has control over this Bell of Ultimate Balance, which comes from the plane of Mechanus. And his cult has changed reality in some way, bending the location of this Sun Temple into the Great Below for some reason that I know not. But I'm assuming that this Sun Temple belongs to your matron goddess, Ushas.
It does. It was sent to the Great Below, where it was, for lack of a better term, inhabited and controlled by mind flayers and drow, including an elder brain. Fortunately, the mind flayers were, of course, were a cult of Ilsensi. To our fortune, however, we did manage to slay all those involved before they all finished off their plans. I did find it strange that the temple of my goddess happened to be, well, underground, where there was no sun to be found.
And if she sent her celestials after this bell in order to restore the temple to its original location, she must be planning to use the temple for something. I wonder what that could be. Though, I heard a rumor a few years back that her avatar had been killed in Adria. And that some sort of shogun had taken her place. Perhaps she wants the temple to facilitate her own rebirth? Would that make sense?
That actually would make a lot of sense. Mind Flayers used the temple to summon an avatar of Bilsensi. An avatar that we also killed.
Well, I'm surprised she's not told you this herself. Have you communed with her lately?
Does he mean as per the spell, Josh?
Yes.
I had not. Seems I'll have to make an adjustment to my prayers tonight.
Are you able to commune?
Let me, Baron will think for a minute as he pulls out his scroll. His scroll designated by the symbol of a purple worm. And he quickly ravels it to the priest spell section. He checks.
It's a 5th level spell.
He looks down. I can. Just not right now. I am powerful enough to accomplish such a feat.
Yes. It does take some power to commune with one's deity. I am, as of yet, unable to do so myself. But one day I shall rise to the 9th circle.
And we'll be awaiting you. Same.
Yes. Anything else for Varen and Company?
Baron will say, you seem to be in a lot of pain right now. Do you need more time to rest?
Yes, I was only just brought out of my coma a few minutes ago by one of your allies. Jim, is it?
Jim Attenbrass. He is, yes, I do believe he works for Asher.
Ah.
He only joined us recently, though his aid has proven useful.
Yes, well, I hope to see him again soon. I'll be in drastic need of healing after a day or so. Do you have time to wait for a day? May I come with you?
Of course.
Of course we're going to wait for you to get better. We can't just leave you here all by yourself. That'd be terrible.
Oh, thank you.
Indeed, you are alone and vulnerable in enemy territory.
Yes,
we will see to your safety.
Yes, I'm accustomed to having a retinue of soldiers with me. But they were all defeated, as far as I could tell, or routed. And my acolyte, I think he escaped into the desert, but I can't be certain that Kornigan was able to fly faster than I could possibly ever hope to sprint, let alone Ryan.
Did we meet his acolyte?
No. This is
Probably
the first time you've heard of Ryan.
Okay.
An acolyte named Ryan.
I do not know about your acolyte, but the Kornigan itself is dead. Well, as dead as Beatazu can be, anyway.
Ah.
Just to say, it'll be some time before it can return here.
Okay. Anything else from Varen and Company?
No, Aaron's good.
Okay. Cirrus and Company.
Cirrus and Anbu are gonna lead these camels downstairs.
Okay.
Can I get brought to the second level?
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting the page unresponsive thing, so I think I'll just end it there, and then we can continue next session. Man, okay. Yeah, page completely unresponsive. All right. Any feedback for me? Could I have sped anything up?
I'm just super excited.
Yay!
Yep, three more party members, and Asher will be the harem queen.
Hell yeah! As she should.
It's a good thing elves only need to trance for 4 hours.
All right. Yeah, for our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Feel free to explore our links. If you're watching this live on Twitch, if you scroll down, you'll find a bunch of links to social media. We have a special Discord for fans of the stream called Wizards of the West Coast. And then there's also a link to Twitter. And there's a link that takes you directly to the application page for this game. And then there's also links to Patreon and PayPal. The PayPal is for small one-time donations, and the Patreon is for monthly pledges. You can create your own custom pledge if you'd like, or if you'd like to join us in the Orb of Solynod Hex, if you could just pledge at the $10 level or higher, and I can get you into a character sheet probably this evening or tomorrow evening. And again, thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.